Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to rethink, redo, do some things different in the end game. We're gonna be using today Rake, but not with the Stomping Ground bug, and Spearfield, finally, to cast some absolutely bleeding overload in the end game. But for this, we'll have to redo some of our passives. We have to redo, well, you can see my inventory's kind of full. We have to redo some of our skills. But I have good plans. Make good to see there, partner. Hope you're doing very well, my friend. Oh, that's a very good spear. We're going to buy that. So, let's see what we can do. We have been going now for incision support, and we do more damage per incision. And we'll use our spear field to apply incision and hemo crystals. Now we can also cast incision, and I still want to get this critical hit to apply bleeding because I do believe this would be amazing. But I somehow have to weasel out the skill points to do so. It might be necessary to remove all the reservation that we have over here from our companion, that I'm actually able to do the things that I need to do. I mean, might also, this is just a simple 35 crit hit chance bonus and a 1% crit hit. Might be better if I actually squeeze this out here, or more accuracy rating, because I don't need the crit over there. I need critical hit bonus. So I need more of the, what's it called? It's critical damage bonus. I need critical damage. Yeah, that's what I'd rather need than other things. So, but if I can get critical here, I can get it on other fronts. I might not be able to increase. No, that's for bows. We gotta try to weasel this out somehow from another angle. And this would be critical damage bonus with enemies at full life. That would be crazy for my Rake initiations. Might have to like truly take this whole thingy back out here. This is going to lower my crit by significantly lowering my crit. It's a bit of a bummer. Like I might have to think like it's strong. The difference is really like a couple percent. We're so happy after it. How's your build doing? Our build is doing fantastic, but we're trying to make it better because the build I did so far was really good for leveling, but now in the end game I need more. I need more mass destruction. I need more hurting the whole screen. And that's where it gets a bit complicated to get the build from like where it is right now to hurting the whole screen. And I'm not entirely sure how to achieve that. I'm trying to go like over this side instead of going like, because I need these nodes here. I was trying to get a bridge with this, but it doesn't seem to be working. Right now, I'm rather happy. We need to refund something for strength nodes. That's important. First and foremost, get this for strength. I need to have enough strength to actually use my Herald. Okay, we get Herald of Blood. We have currently the Rake with heavy swings, heft, and deep cuts for maximum bleed. The explosive spear is not being used anymore right now. We get Spearfield with martial tempo, hemo crystals, and incision. This is meant to like spam it out. Then we have Blood Hunt, currently only with brutality. Blood Hunt needs to get still the inevitable critical, and Blood Hunt is going to get our Bloodlust as well to do like some crazy damages, even though we might not be doing it versus a bleeding enemy, but give it a try. So that's for the super. We get the Demolisher, the single out. Our minion is minion +1. So all of these are working pretty much. Yeah. What we're doing right now is we're gonna have to clear the stash here to get some freedom to breathe. Like we have tried out a lot of things this morning. You have missed some trying out, some trial and error. I did this off stream to get you like a better vibe when we finally go in. So we are really doing our best today to enhance this build to the absolute maximum, to get like a screen wide clearing pretty much blood build. which is gonna be hard because actually having strain-wide clearing with blood is complicated. But I have some plans. Now, first and foremost, I need to activate chat too. Sorry, I forget to get the chat going. Do see you, Harvey, Meg, Marvin. So what we're doing is a little bit different. You jump in with your bleed, right? And enemies are still bleeding. But then you do spear field. And the spear field is actually going to consume the bleed to do these hemo crystals. Okay, that's chaos damage. Chaos damage kills us, sadly. We have our resistance is not resistancing. So you're going to go in, gonna get things bleeding, and then like with these incisions here, you're gonna create the field of blood. And it kind of works nicely to have like your excess bleed be consumed as these AoE exploding hemo crystals. And since we're doing incision and we have 10 incision stacks, also our bleed is always doing 20% more damage. Now we still have to find a way, it's actually like to avoid chaos damage, step number 1. We still have to find a way to blood hunt, super critical, to kill some elites a bit more efficient, and to have these hemo crystals do more damage, because I don't know if the hemo crystals can actually crit. Like you do this and then everything just dies and explodes. It's quite simple. It's like quite fun. And bop bop. And bop bop. And then everything will just explode. Now we could do the same with the explosive spear, but the problem is with the explosive spear, they like creates this need to always wait for the explosion, and it has like limited area where the like little pokes here, they're going out like crazy. So like we're gonna bleed him, stab, stab, go in with the boom. Bleed him again. Boom. Now that's like the issue here right now. We're not aggravating the bleeding enough, in my opinion. So I want to aggravate the bleeding more. Even though we technically have knockback with the spear field. So with the spear field, we do actually do knockback, and that's kind of like a nice thing. We finally found a way how to use hemo crystals, so that's a good start. But we have to fine tune this today. Like you notice, like when things explode, like they go boop. If I now could get my crits to also do bleed, then on top of the bleeding that we're already doing, we would get like the spear field to do some crit bleeding, and then consume even more of these, and then consume even more of these. Boom. So it's like an interesting balance that we have to strike to get like everything to... Oh, where is he? Like this map is at times so dark. Where's the... There it is. Boom, exploded. Ah, we're not playing the hourglass support right now. I'm not sure if I wanted to play the hourglass support on the blood hunt, but it's like so useful to explode the bleed that we've created. Anubis, 30 minutes to kill a pack of mobs. Anubis, you just saw one pack of mobs, which was a bit sturdy, and you start whining. You should get used to the game getting a bit slower, brother. I've actually been on Reddit this morning, and I've seen a lot of people not being able to cope with how the game is about to change. It was actually quite funny. Even lowered the HP for everyone complaining. It's kind of interesting because we pretty much played the campaign on hard mode yesterday. Right? It's now easier. Where is there an elite here? No, there's no elite. There's no elite. I was expecting there to be an elite here, but I don't think there is an elite here, or am I just crazy? And I don't see it. Oh, no, there is. Goodness. There. Barely visible. The hotfix twister, yeah. There's two broken things on the Huntress, and people have been obviously using it already. So there was the Twister, which was broken because the Twister was starting to do more damage after each other. So the next Twister was doing more damage than the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, and the next, which turned out to be making it stronger than supposed to be. Obviously, people jumped on it. And then there is Stomping Ground that you can use with Rake to also do more damage. Oh god, chaos damage. There's Stomping Ground, which you can use with Rake, and people also instantly jumped on it. Just like without like trying to make something that won't get nerfed in 2 days down the line. No. We gotta like find the next broken thing instead of just making it work. People, you know. What's more gems to use on skills? We have the whole support gems uploaded for what we're doing. Now we're trying something new right now because I want to use Hemo crystals. Hemo crystals are the thing that consumes your bleed on the targets. So you need to pretty much make enemies bleed, and then the Hemo crystals are consuming the actual bleed that is right now on a target. Okay, and they're creating these crystals of mass explosion, and they're really nice to like destroy a pack of mobs because you pretty much jump in, bleed, right? They're bleeding right now. Then you do a spear field, and the spear field consumes the bleed. So bleed, spear field, consume, and then boom, it explodes around them. And that can actually lead to nice damage. But in order for this to work, we obviously need our bleed to do as much damage as possible. Because how otherwise are we going to be capitalizing a spear field, right? So that's right now the Hemo crystals. So that's right now the goal, to enhance the bleed even more, to go like for all the bleed magnitude nodes, that we get more bleed magnitude. Because if we're already going to be making these Hemo crystals, you want it to go bonkers. And then with all the blood loss that we have caused, like the Herald of Blood in the end is going to do the chain explosions. But that's why we also need the critical hit to be critical hitting. We could do just more damage with we could do more damage with explosive spears here with this, right? This is still working, and then everything just dies. But I feel like then we should also just focus on the explosive spear, right? But I want to focus more on the bleed instead of the explosive spear. Oops. And therefore we'll just lean into that way more. Because I think it's going to be overall more enjoyable to play. Like, see, this one has the problem. It's like limited in scope, and only that much area of effect can do something for it. Now it works, but I prefer like trying to mess around with the bleeding fun, as this is pretty much just, it's going to be working in the beginning of the end game, but I think it's going to fall off unless we're willing to just fully invest in area of effect and then just make an explosive spear build. But if you do an explosive spear build, you would have to use gas arrow too. So I'd have to use 2 weapons and then use gas arrow. But I'd rather do this here. Like, see, that was the elite who just bled away. So we're already on the cusp of doing like really, really good bleed damage, but we're not entirely there yet. It's sometimes really good and sometimes like less. We can do sleep 8 hours. 8 hours is good. Oop. I gotta definitely look out for chaos damage more. I'm so used to play chaos inoculation, which you can obviously not do as a non-energy shield character. Gas on kills, yeah, but gas on kills doesn't work versus bosses, right? I don't like using something that, I'm not a fan of on-kill stuff. That's why we're using Hemo crystals, because Hemo crystals is something that works on alive opponents, like, right? So I have all these guys here be alive, and if they have bleed on them, okay, if they have bleed on them, and I consume said bleed with the spear field, then the Hemo crystals will trigger. But this does not require death. So that means I can use this no matter what, right? Against this guy. For example, he's an elite and nothing dies around him. So I can use this and my spear stabs this here. So like he just lost precision, boom. That makes a big difference. I used it against the boss, and the Hemo crystals can pretty much hit the boss multiple times. Which makes it intriguing, because if it goes boom, it just hits it all the time. Oh, the similar gear Tornado Hunters do here, a haste. Tornado was nerfed. They do similar. I watched some Tornado Hunters gameplay this morning to kind of see how it's doing. Tornado Hunters is a bit more flashy, but requires also more setup. At least, feelingly more setup. It depends on what you want to play for playstyle, right? Both are, in my opinion, equal in their strength level. Okay, we need to get a new spear because mine only has 200. I mean, what means two only? 200 is pretty good. I'm currently trying to get like a spear that I could recombobulate. I don't need that fire damage. That is so sad. Are you just smashing some random chaos orbs on? See what you could be getting. It's just sad. I'm gonna keep the physical damage though, because you can use the recombulator. And this is 22 to 30 physical damage, right? So later you can actually throw these spears together to see what you might get out of that. If there's anything we could potentially mix and match and have some fun with. Let's put the things away. We might have to change some of our support gems. Okay, for the Hemo crystals, we create Hemo crystals. And these Hemo crystals, they do 8% of the expected remaining damage of the consumed bleed. So right now, my rig does 700 damage with a bleed, right? And it's over 5 seconds. If I enhance the duration of my bleed, wait. If do we have bleed duration something? Is there bleed? Can you do bleed duration? Yeah, you can reduce it, but can you prolong bleed? Because if the bleed is longer, right? If the bleed is longer, then technically that could work. I just started League. Your Huntress build is so damn strong. It's super fun. Thank you for giving it a try. I was really happy when we put the build together. Okay, let's see if we can come up with a slightly altered version of what we're doing. We need to get this node here. This node is important as it will just have us aggravate bleeding. And our crit hits will also cause bleeding, which then causes more. It would be great if I could remove these nodes here. That would like work, but we only have 8 bonus spirit. So if I remove these nodes, what happens is that I don't have the spirit to use my companion. I really want to use my companion. If I remove the 20, can I still use him? No. It just takes so much reservation. I would need to like have an amulet that has spirit on it. Wait, do I have like an amulet that has spirit on it? I mean, I do, so that's not the question. I just like really don't want to rely on that right now, but I need to try out something. So let's take like some random spirit amulet. I don't need much spirit. Like I need the absolute minimal amount of spirit right now, right? Like just give me like a handful of spirit, please. Yeah. So with this minimal amount of spirit bonus, I should be able to technically take out these points here. A lot of people are upset with the patch. You know, people like to be upset. That's it. End of the message. You know, what can I say? People like to be upset. People want to complain. What do you want to say? Why did I lose so much dexterity? Did my old amulet have like 1 billion dexterity on it? It's if I would do this, I could take the magnitude of bleeding you inflict with critical hits, magnitude of bleeding with crit hits, and then I'd have more crit chance. This brings us up to a crit chance of 37.8, which is good. Still technically want to have this one for more dexterity. Because this is like good attack speed increase, everything. We don't want the evasion rating over there. Wonder if this is like 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 1, 2, 3. So this is like cheaper if I connect there. But it's like 1, 2, 3 plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So trying to make up for some things. So that would be even more bleed. But I think about like, I need the accuracy note there. Do we have something accuracy wise? Give this projectile speed and attack speed. It's actually, this one is not even bad because it's like, this straight up means damage. A good node. I have to take like these out for more crit. Let's see. Also, because was Hunter's trying to get the shock version done. Shock version definitely works too. You see Elon play the new version or a pre-recording of the new version save? Or did he actually play? Asking for a friend. And we're not going into our thingy to get the maps out. We always forget to get the maps out. We're currently doing like tier 1 maps because we're still trying to figure out the flow of the build, right? We're currently level 63. How does accuracy help the character? Come here. It's very simple. You have more crit, the more accuracy you have. Okay, here, accuracy, crit. So what that does right now is, if you look at my rake has... Sorry, I need to move. My rake has 10% crit plus another 37.8%. And that's from the accuracy. The more accuracy I have, the better it is. Which means I do need a bunch of dexterity. More dexterity, better. So we're going to rake in and then spear crystal, spear crystal, spear crystal, spear. Boom. Like, yeah, he just died really good. Okay, that worked out nicely. Rake in, spear, spear. Rake in, spear, spear. Why did we choose to go with Spear Field? Because Spear Field hits everyone, okay? But it hits everyone and applies Incision to them. Incision makes me do more damage. So if I Spear Field and then I bleed, then my bleed already has an 8% damage increase. So that's like a primer. And then the Spear Crystal itself is not, like the spears are itself not doing much damage, right? They're just there to activate the Hemo Crystals. So you pretty much have like an existing bleed on them to then activate the Hemo Crystals to just have it go off. And everyone will just accrue like tons of bleed to then just suffer from us going in with the Blood Hunt. No more Exploding Spear. We're trying to get away from it, as the Exploding Spear was good for the leveling portion because it's so easy to scale damage-wise. The thing is, for what we're doing here right now, we need the levels. So you cannot do this Spear Field gameplay that we're doing here right now in the beginning because you simply don't have the levels to do it, right? We will need to have the magnitude of bleeding increase and all that kind of stuff. And if you try to do this earlier, you just simply don't have enough bleeding. And I mean, right now I can rake in and they'll just die to the bleed, right? But we need more. And the Hemo Crystal and the Incision that we're playing are both tier 3 gems. So this is something you simply can't do early, as you don't have what it takes to do this. You just don't have the support gems, you don't have the skill points, and that's why I try to separate between 1 to 65 and then 65 to 85, because these usually do change, and that's like 4 crit and 4 bleed, kind of like very important to understand. Are you using cast on crit at all? I don't have the spirit for that. We could probably try to get cast on crit, but the only thing I would like to cast on crit is Bloodhound's Mark. But I have like 115 spirit. For cast on crit, I need with another 60 spirit, I think. I'd like to try it out, so that's for sure, to kind of see if I could get the blood mark, because if the blood mark goes on here, it causes actually a blood explosion. So the blood mark is a fantastic primer too. Like here, blood mark on, jump in, and then just like the blood explosion. See, that's why I like to put the blood mark on the main culprit, like on the elite, to then like cause it to erupt around. And now, boom, explode him with the Blood Hunt. The only thing I'd like to have is like a more... a stronger ability to apply even more bleed. But there is just none, like to regularly apply bleed. Like I've tried now all the abilities on the Huntress, and there's just none that does like as much bleed as Rake does. And that's a bit like of a bummer. Like I wish there was like one big physical ability that I could use for this. I've been trying like tornado throwing, but the tornado throwing is iffy. It feels bad. This one at least like just simply feels good as you're jumping in. Are you trying Merc Deadeye this patch? Oh, we'll definitely do Merc Deadeye as well. At some point. See how boss is feeling. Ow. Luckily we can revive. But you still die like quick sometimes. We have 71% evasion rating, actually more, 75 to 80. But we only have like 1,400 life. That's like 1,300. 1,300 life is not a lot. Oops, I ran away from this. We need more life. What about Ritualist for a bleed build? Because of the crit. More crit is more... how do I say this? More crit is more bleed. Now, I'm not saying that this is better than Ritualist, because I simply haven't tried out Ritualist, right? So I cannot tell you. And we're probably better off still applying the, Hey, you're supposed to... Oh, there you go. Bleed field, bleed field, bleed field, and then stab, stab, stab. Put that on. For bosses, we like to still take this skill, but the problem is we have no detonator for it then. Probably have to take the Thunderous Leap here. Actually working really good as a area damage here to both of them. Guess it's helpful to be able to shoot on rage, Chad. Oh, we're actually killing the dog first? We never kill the dog first. We always kill like the dude first. Oh wow, that's new. Wow. Okay. So don't kill the dog first. Interesting. Does bleeding count as chaos damage? No, bleeding is physical damage. Prime physical damage. Nothing else, just physical damage. Okay. It's different. And blood loss is pretty much all the physical damage you have dealt gathered together, okay? Wow, I'm just really dying here. So, there's bleed. Bleed is physical damage, and blood loss is the physical damage that happened over time. The new item filters, yes, from Filter Blade. 1 mark, 2 mark. Ah, I can only have 1 mark, yeah. Apart from if I try around with overabundance, should do that at some point. If you wonder why we have bleed, I see where you're probably like where your thinking is. You've seen us do the you've seen us get the poison here. That's my pet. My pet is doing that. My pet is having an effect of bleed on the enemy. Effect of poison. We get trampled. Spearfield worth it? What gems are you using? Spearfield is in itself not worth it. So before we go in, so look at the DPS. This is Spearfield. Level 15. Does nothing. But it has this explosion, but even that explosion does nothing. Spearfield in itself is like really weird. The only reason we're using Spearfield right now is because Spearfield can trigger Hemo crystals and Incision. Incision is a skill that hits from supported skills inflict Incision. 3% more magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills per incision consumed recently up to 30%. Okay? So like you want to bring incision onto the target because incision gives us, due to a skill, more that was an instant. More physical damage, and that really makes a huge difference. So the plan is apply bleed, then stab people. Then with the bleed they have taken up, so you have their darker red, like you have the darker red bar on them, and the darker red bar is the blood loss they have suffered. Okay, with the blood loss they have suffered, you're pretty much can then use the blood hunt to do like critical explosions. That's like all in all what bleed is. Oh, I gotta say this fight is interesting in the mapping stage, as it feels like he has more abilities than before. This is, by the way, why people are mad, for the people wondering, because it's just harder. You know, we know what we're doing. We don't have necessarily the defenses to survive, because I think we should go for armor too. But people are mad because it's harder now. And partially I can understand them, because it got harder, but your character got weaker. No, like you have to think about this. Like okay, so it got harder, and your character actually got weaker. So people might be rightfully mad. As who wants to like have the game become harder, but your actual character get weaker? Hee. How is he not, like, he gets raked? And he gets raked on distance. Sadly, this is like a bit of a stupid thing about rake. Rake does actually not work on energy shield targets. So, like, imagine you can use rake on every... Oh, wow, just got killed. You can use rake on everyone, apart from on energy shield targets, because energy shield targets you wouldn't rake. Because why would you? Do you go for incision chance on passive? Yes, we have incision chance on passives, but we pretty much have this increased magnitude of bleeding you inflict against enemies that are affected by incision. So you want this 30% more magnitude of bleeding, 30% more magnitude of bleeding, and like here, magnitude of bleeding with crits, and then you have magnitude of bleeding, more damage versus incisioned enemies. All of this together. I would like to have more magnitude of bleeding, but there is not more around. Like if you're looking for bleed magnitude nodes, the next one would be here. And then yeah, you have two more here. That's like, I mean, technically I want to go over because this would be good. But yeah. Twisters was a bug and it was hotfix, exactly. You got that right, my friend. So twisters are good. Correct.
You have indeed.
Yes.
But they were bugged.
Move along.
They're still good though, so don't worry. Like your twister build is not ruined. Maybe it was too good to be true. Wow, 63% physical damage bonus, 70% with elemental. 20% with elemental is useless for us. 3 to all projectile skills. I'm actually not using projectile skills. More crit is nice. This one is useless. Just trying to get like a good spear here. Oh, you're sad. Sad too. Why are we still taking all these spears? Because I want to do an experiment with a recombulator. Because you have this recombulator thing now where you need artifacts from the expedition to then use. Increases magnitude of damaging elements you inflict. Wait, is that for... That's for bleeding, right? Huh. I didn't know. I didn't know there's notes that actually work with that just in general. Intriguing. I never checked like with this. Increased magnitude of poison. Yeah, that's magnitude of poison, and that's also magnitude of poison. We don't want that. I wanted to take these accuracy notes because this is attack speed and accuracy, so it works. What's the bug with Twister? I made a screenshot about it this morning, I think. Give me a second. Open here. There we go. No, it wasn't here. It was that Tempest spell got fixed, but Twister was essentially doing stacking damage, where Twister was getting stronger, stronger, and stronger per consecutive Twister on things, and that was not what they wanted. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly. They didn't want Twister to become, like, stronger with every future stack. Lightning Spear Storm looks like a promising build too. I do believe that, like, generally speaking, the... Oh god, that's chaos damage. Like for these I still like Explosive Spear because I can throw it in. Because like you're trying to get close to these snakes here right now, right? I need to pretty much go into them. But how are we supposed to go into these guys that are just like, you know, doing their thing? When we go into them, we just die to chaos damage ASAP. Right? I need to dart in with Rake to pretty much like get my maximum bleed done to kill them. And they're like, yeah, so listen, we don't want you to do that. I think alternative, I could probably just make a blood mark on distance. So like this is now Spearfield and just Spearfield and just the Rake. And the elite just dies really nicely. So that actually works good. I think sometimes I underestimate the spear field because the spear field can pretty much also get bleed on the opponent. Stone altar? Oh, they changed it. That is so much more convenient. Honestly, it was like really exhausting to pull these giant levers. So the augury is not bad anymore. What bug it feels better after the patch? Well, that's because life was nerfed on all opponents. So in case you missed it, if you're still in the campaign, everything has less life than before. Okay? So if you feel like everything is easier, everything is smoother, that's because everything is easier and smoother. They wholesale total lowered the life. Not in the end game though. As far as I understood. So up to level 65, things get changed. After 65, things are still with the old values. Or the new old values, right? I'm still thinking if magnified effect would be good for the rake. Because I'm like trying to rake as many opponents as possible. You think we should go for magnified effect? It's not like I sadly don't have the range to like really do it. So, you know, like I don't want to waste the points. I wonder if magnified effect would make the arc bigger that I hit the guys behind. You know? Because sometimes you like only hit like, see, I only hit the front 2 guys now. But I obviously want to hit everyone with the 1 bleed hit. And then my spear stabbing would truly create like the most atrocious field of destruction. If that makes sense. Oh wow, that was too much. Cool. Finishing Act 5? Yeah, like in Act 5, everything should die faster now. So congratulations, you're there. Ah, now I know what's happening. So you want to know what's happening here? So all these guys, they're shooting projectiles, okay? And these projectiles they're shooting, they miniature stun you. I've actually seen like a lot of complaints about this. You know, like people are complaining about the miniature stuns you're getting. Rightfully though, because you're pretty much like currently in a limbo where if you fight a mass of ranged opponents, you're pretty much destined to permanently get stunned. This is not permanently stunned. This is like, for some reason, temporal bubbles. Yes, Chan. They decided that temporal bubbles essence is fun to play with. So yeah, you get miniature stunned over and over again. And I guess that's what a lot of people are also mad about. Rightfully though, I think. Because imagine like trying to fight off a bunch of ranged opponents. And the conclusion is that you can't. Because they'll stun you. With almost every single boop. Loot drop like candy. There's definitely more loot. That's an upsy daisy. By the way, has almost every creator now posted a video on the state of Path of Exile 2? I've actually seen a couple of creators actually quitting already after 1 day, Chad. You'd be surprised. But I've seen it. So I'm like, no, you know what? I'm not going to play this season. I'm not enjoying that the game is harder. It's like, what the fuck am I waking up to? I guess more power to us as we're enjoying this. By the way, we're not settled on the spear field, so today's big experimentation stream, like we're leveling up. Obviously, the plan is to level up, but today is also big experimentation stream to really like play around with these skills to see what they do, what we can do with them, what we should do. See, like here, my boom, that worked really nice, and what turns out to be the best skill combination. Still find it nice to play. It's kind of like everyone complains about the difficulty, right? Even the creators. But I'm like, you know, I did enjoy a harder playthrough. The only thing they need to work on is the power creep. So you're not really feeling like that you're getting stronger. So like you have Act 1 to 3. At the end of Act 3, you somewhat feel a little bit stronger, but not by much. And as soon as you hit the mapping, you actually feel weaker again. So right now, as soon as you get from campaign to mapping, the feeling of power that you have will drastically drop, right? Right before you entered mapping, and it was like, wow, fuck yeah, I've gotten so much stronger. I'm so good at the game, right? And now it's like you enter mapping and you're like, oh my god, I'm so weak. Wait, can we bleed blood elementals? Yes, we can. Didn't feel much harder. It definitely is somewhat harder, but like with experience, the hardship feels less. Boom. Oh, wait, break. I'm still sometimes getting lost with my abilities I'm using. Sounds weird, but it is what it is. We're trying to be optimistic, but you lost faith. I mean, they might tune, they might not tune things. If the game stays like this, I'd still enjoy the game. If the game gets, like, if they lower the life total somewhat, I would also play the game. You know? I'm just like, it's fine to me. The way how it plays right now. But for me, it's a simple, I'm trying to figure out how to exist in the new reality right now. Right? How do I make this work? How do I make my character feel good? I guess the biggest upset we have is first the regenerate life bonus. Look at the regenerate life, chat. Look at the life the dude has. Like, if I don't do anything, look at how quick he's regaining life. That's one we can talk about. Like, what the fuck, GGG? You just decided that should be a thing, right? that the dude should just regenerate life like there's no tomorrow. As a lifelong Diablo fan, this one is brutal. Yeah. That's normal, brother. I mean, as a Diablo fan, it's kind of like, what the fuck is happening? I thought I understood how ARPGs work. Why do I suck so hard? It's simple that, yeah, the game is a magnitude harder. You're not wrong. That's a feeling you're supposed to be getting. You're supposed to be asking yourself, if this is what's happening right now for real. How much strength do I have? I have 72 strength, but I need for my Herald of Blood also 66 strength. Which means I can refund 1 into a dexterity. That's kind of like fine right now. Wonder if I should take Explosive Spear out. And we should get the Thunderous Leap in. The game is too hard for modern wide audiences right now. No. Just that a lot of people are... How do we say this in the nicest way possible? A lot of people suck. Really hard. Yeah. Because that's the best way to say it. The issue is right now that the game used to be easy. And you're pretty much just running into a wall. You know? So you're going from, wow, great. you're going from like, I was able to survive everything to how do I survive now? Because I'm playing her, right? I have evasion. Evasion is great, but evasion is very limited in terms of survival. Hardcore limited in terms of survival. So usually, in order to survive more, I would have gone for an evasion energy shield mix. Now, that evasion energy shield mix, like, does not work anymore because Grim Feast is gone. Right? Like, they took Grim Feast away. Well done. So I could still somewhat do it with, what is it called again? I could still somewhat do it with... Come on, brain, say it now. With Ghost Dance, but Ghost Dance is in comparison to Grim Feast, obviously. Yeah. So right now, you're pretty much entering the end game with either evasion rating or armor evasion rating mix. And like evasion rating just doesn't do it enough. Like we're at 71%, or when we're fully stacked up, we're like kind of what at like 75%. That's fine. But since you can't evasion like the ranged attacks they do, so like these the ground pound, where they're pulling up the stones from the ground, and the stomps, that one can't get evasion because it's like an area effect. Okay, so you have like the Goliath doing attacks that you can't evade, so you're gonna always take full damage. And we have 0 mitigation for this, right? There's absolutely no mitigation. So if I get hit by like an area effect like this, I'll always take full damage. It means like the only way to avoid this is by not getting hit. Right? And that's where Energy Shield came a little bit into play, because Energy Shield was helping you with this. But quite substantial though. Because Energy Shield would obviously like mitigate that damage you're going to be taking there. Otherwise, you'll just have to take it. I want to stand here and like poke these guys, but I gotta look out that, you know, as soon as I'm like, don't stand still for a second, I don't just get nuked by that dude. I guess that's like one of the issues right now, that you're like, you have evasion and you have only evasion and armor pretty much left. Can you parry AoE? No. You'll be hit by it. I think what you need to do as an Amazon is actually to go for armor evasion rating gear. And we'll try this out. The problem with armor and evasion rating gears for the Amazon, how? Because I have not a single note that boosts armor and evasion rating. So I have no notes close by to help me get more tanky. That means, like, I cannot play armor and evasion rating. I can only play that. And the issue then again is that the end game is mostly ground effects, right? It's mostly ground effects and area effects that will kill you. Either it's chaos-based ground effects and area of effects, or it's something like this burning ground or whatsoever. So all of these. So how are we going to survive now, right? How are we meaningful going to survive now? And that's the biggest issue that you're facing. I guess you could go for more block chance on the shield. Right? We have a shield here, 30% increased block chance, yay. To mitigate damage. I mean, we're not parrying, by the way, just in case you wonder. Because we don't want to parry. Parry's like, eh. So you could take a shield with a higher block chance, I guess. Better off you would probably be with armor and evasion rating gear. Well, we could try to get like something good out of this. We have the strength, so maybe like, do I have something for the mercenary? I had some armor and evasion rating gear like stashed away for this scenario. Some choice pieces. The case that we need here, something like here, armor and evasion rating. The problem is 172 armor. What would that be right now? So we're currently sitting at 75% evasion rating, right? Let's say I take this like 500 evasion rating less. It's gonna be like losing me 4%, but I'm actually getting like here some armor bonus. So that'd be something. Then we would get like a, what's a good chest piece? Do I have here armor and evasion rating boots? Let's take that. Just to get like a feeling for what we could actually achieve. Armor and evasion rating boots. And where's my mercenary stuff? No, that's armor and evasion rating. Just some more. Let's take those just for the time being. There's nothing other in here. Don't listen to the tags. The tags are all lying. So the tags, they're all lying, chat, okay? They're not actual real tags. They're just me having written something on there. Don't listen to them. Not real. Yeah, armor and evasion rating. Not good, but I guess it'll do the trick. So we would drop down now to 62 evasion, but we actually have 25% armor. So you would still evade tons, but you would at least mitigate 25% of damage. But it wouldn't be 25% of damage, but you would have something. Maybe. But I'm not sure if that is the way to go, you know? If that would be a better choice. The advantage would be we could also take a shield, because right now we have an evasion rating shield, but you have these armor and evasion rating shields, right? This one is great. I mean, look at this piece of shield. It would be another, like another banger. So I guess we should try to get like gear in that direction. Yeah, should probably try for that. How do you have this much currency already? Because I'm playing in the standard league. Sir. Again, and now comes the issue. Okay, so we're back here for more evasion rating and dexterity. And all the evasion rating. But the actual armor skill to get armor and evasion rating That's here. So that's armor and evasion rating. That's armor and evasion rating. That's armor and evasion rating. Yeah. So, gain stun threshold equal to the lowest of evasion and armor on your helmet. I mean, is that useful? They lowered our stun threshold, so could this actually be good? So we go like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and just boost our defense like this. Could that be? Is there another armor and evasion rating close by? There, like if you take that, you could go over movement speed and attack speed, and then you could take armor and evasion rating armor technically, but it's still not good. So you notice my issue with like going for armor and evasion rating as there's nothing. Like instead of going over here, I would have to go here. That's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 points. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah. You have 60% worth of defense in the companion notes. You mean this here, increased defense? This one? Should you go for it? Companion. We get here another... The problem is, this would only apply when your companion is actually close to you. Right? So it would literally only work if he's close to you. And if the companion then goes away, what do you do then? So I like the companion, don't get me wrong, but it's just like the investment into this to get your defenses up, and it would only apply as long as your companion is alive. Now you could make a relatively undying companion. There is a proximal intangible, for example, for your companion, which makes them rather undying. But you really need to fish like for the perfect companion to actually get this rolling. Oh yeah, he does ground pound again. Fantastic. That's probably the only complaint I have, feeling lame. Not really a complaint, it's just like something I noticed, right? That your whole defense is shoddy now. Oh wait, sorry, I need to apply this one. Your defense is shoddy now? You gotta think about it. Companion seems to die a lot. Companion dies a lot, but he also gets revived a lot. But the moment the companion steps out of your presence, you would lose your bonus defense, right? The 1 second where that happens, or if he just walks out of like 1 meter out of your radius where you would need him, that's it, right? It's Joe Ever. You're straight up losing him. So that's a bit my issue there. With relying on companion-based defenses. Oh, he regenerates life. I really don't even want to face anyone that regenerates life, because it's just like annoying to even remotely deal with them. Good. Still on the cusp of like perfectly understanding bleed, as sometimes I just do like obnoxious amounts of bleed damage, and sometimes it's like here they see like sometimes you hit him and he just gets like crazy bleed amounts. Sometimes it feels like they're not at all getting bleed amounts. Life leeching by hit, yes, that is an option. And it's probably the way to go. But for this, you also do need items with life leech, right? So unless I'm actually getting items with life leech, how am I going to do that? I guess we would have to try to get a piece of gloves that have life leech on it, or a weapon. That would be great. I totally agree with you. I assume since you're also doing like all the physical damage that life leech actually works, because life leech doesn't work on elemental damage if I'm not completely mistaken. But if life leech would actually work with all your sources of physical, then that would be like plenty okay. I was on a ritualist. I haven't played around with a ritualist, so I can actually not tell you. Oops. I can actually not tell you how the... Come on, brain, say it. How the ritualist feels. The main reason we're using the Amazon is because she gives you the critical hit chance and the open weaknesses, which are both amazing. You could also get more evasion rating. But we're sitting like at 75% evasion rating, so I'm not sure if you want more. If more is the answer. In this case. Playing with Spearfield now? No. But yes. I'm not clearing with Spearfield. We are using a combination of... Hold. Using a combination of bleed together with Spearfield and Hemo crystals. It is right now a try. I'm not completely happy. My issue is I tried all the skills. So alternative, just to show you that you understand what is possible. I tried going for, was it related skills? We tried to go for Whirlwind Lance. So Whirlwind Lance is actually an interesting skill if we just kick Spearfield out. So Spearfield here. We have to take the Martial Tempo. Then we'd have to take the Lacerate because it needs to bleed. Lacerate, and we have to borrow the Brutality for now. Actually, Brutality would lower the damage. We have to borrow the heavy the heft. Yep. So you get like the throwing device. Let's go for Slick. For Caverns. Just to show you. Fubar, lifesteal and elemental damage, but we're not doing any elemental damage anymore right now. What you would do right now is you would have this, and it would actually cause bleed. So you can throw this in, and then like causes bleed. And when you walk in, it explodes. So what you're doing is pretty much you throw 1, 2, and then you dash in with a rake, right? And you throw 1, 2, and dash in with a rake. Problem is, you're pretty much not guaranteed to bleed. Because you're having like this thingy, and it's like 50% chance to bleed. And it also feels like kind of awkward going in. I seem like this is like... And it was somewhat interesting. Oh, ow. Corpse explosion. But something just ain't vibing with this, right? 1, 2, and then you like right, and then 1, 2. So like it works for the source of bleed, but it doesn't really feel that. Yeah, I think you see where I'm not liking it. Same issue with the explosive spear. No. So Whirlwind Lance has an advantage over explosive spear. So explosive spear does 10,000 damage, right? Of this 10,000 damage, only 306 is physical. You understand? So that explosion here has like a minimal amount of actual physical damage. Like it's fire damage, lightning damage. You can see that, right? Great damage. The Whirlwind Lance does only physical damage, or mainly physical damage. So that's like the physical damage actually going off, and the Whirlwind is doing physical damage, right? So it's like the difference that the Whirlwind Lance is actually doing that physical. So that's good. So that's helping. But like it somewhat feels just weird to use it, because like see, like I'm gonna try to Whirlwind Lance this demon here right now. Okay, like we're focusing this demon only with Whirlwind Lances. We're not using anything else. So I'm hoping that it actually gets bleeded, and like this is like, right? Hopefully it gets bled. And then we're dashing in. Because you're like dashing in to have like the explosion happening, because the explosion then can also bleed. So like your actual throw can cause bleed, and then when you dash in, it can cause bleed. But it's kind of, it feels so weird. The only advantage it has probably over the Rake Spearfield is that you're never standing still. So I'm throwing these lances, right, and then I'm dashing around. But it just feels somewhat weird. So I prefer to go... Sir, I was trying to... Sir, I'm trying to explain something to my chat. Rude. Okay, we're all good. Everyone dead. No one like annoying right now. Good. So I tend to like go back to my spearfield. Or martial tempo, more crystals, and incision. You can like kind of do the same on the distance here with this to get the incision stacks up. Then you go for the rake, and then we consume that for the explosions. But for this, we actually have to stand still. So that's as you notice an issue, because we have to stand still. It was an advantage the explosive spear build had on top of us, because we could just throw the explosive spears in as pre-damage. That's why I'm saying everything today is like a little bit experimental, as I really haven't decided what is the best way to apply the bleeds and everything, and how to make the whole thing the most functional possible. And if Hemo Crystal is even good. Like, I like the idea of Hemo Crystals, as it pretty much creates another bonus explosion out of a bleed. So you usually lack area of effect with bleed, right? But by going in with the bleed here, and then doing the spear field, you create like tons of area of effect, as you can see. It's all like nice explosions. But it also means that the bleed on one target can hit every target, right? So usually bleed is like only one target bleeds, right? Either the Priest of the Sun bleeds or his friends bleed. But by using the Hemo Crystals, you're pretty much making the bleed a problem for everyone. And I think I like that. Because you bleed like this guy. You bleed him. And then if I spear field, then it's the crystals around him that all do damage. So you turn every single bleed. If there's 10 targets and each target has bleed on them, then you turn all of their bleed that they have gathered on them in a wave of mass destruction. Now, obviously, we need to make our bleed be the most magnitude-y possible. But then that bleed that we're creating, or the Hemo Crystals that we're creating, okay, that you know, could that thingy just like stop following me? Are the most dangerous ones. Right now it's functional. You should try Hemo Crystals on Herald of Blood and Rage on Spearfield. I mean, we could put Martial Tempo off, and then we could just put Rage on, so that's not the problem. Here, you just do this. You could also just take rage per melee hit. So that's not really the issue. Like getting the rage is easy, as you say. Here, there we go. Get the rage. So that would certainly increase the damage of what we're doing here. Like now we have 30 rage. It's cool. It makes pretty much all the Hemo crystals also explode for more because we're doing more bleed, and then things are more dangerous. As like more attack speed isn't really like the thing for this. So yeah, sure, we can do that. But it's not really solving the inherent issue of things just not... Things are not as smooth as you want it to be. It's like it's working. I try to use Hemo crystals on the Herald of Blood, but it requires someone to die. So that's your problem. If you put it on the spear, you can create Hemo crystals at any given point. Okay? But if you put it on the Herald, then if someone doesn't die, how are you going to get the Hemo crystals? You could put the Hemo crystals maybe on the mark. So then you put the mark on, and like if the mark triggers, Hemo crystals would appear. So that would be a potential option. I wish I had like a better way to apply the mark with cast on crit or something like that. That would make me happy. For that, I would right now have to like have my beast go, and I don't want to let my beast go. I like my beast. Oh no, we get killed by the storm. That storm does a lot of damage. Also, evasion does nothing against that storm. FYI. Disengage does great damage. Disengage ain't bad. I've seen people like disengage around. It's just not a skill that I want to use overly much. Why do I have 2 skill? Did we level up 2 times since we've been talking? Greedy. So yeah. Disengage wouldn't make it feel smoother, if that makes sense. Like, it's sure it's a skill, but it's not like... The biggest issue in maps is that you just have like tons of opponents you need to deal with. So you need to turn some of the things that you're doing into like some kind of AoE clear. Which makes Twisters obviously the prime candidate, but Twisters don't really work well with bleed. And the only real AoE skill you have is either the Whirlwind Throw that we've been going for, but that Whirlwind Throw feels like awkward as fuck, right? I mean, you have your like explosive spears, and they're still great. If I just play with explosive spears, like, see, let's ignore all the things we can do, or like you could actually do spear field into explosive spears. So you can like do spear field, and you could do fire infusion on it to have the enemy get like fire exposure, right? So you could do this and do pinning or anything in that direction. Pin, I want to say, and then you could still throw them in. See? And actually, intriguingly enough, if you have this do pin build up, so let's say we would have this do pin build up, you could just go for Combat Frenzy to create combat charges for you. Okay. Frenzy charges, and then suddenly you would sit there creating Burning Ground. All possible. Disengage to proc the crystals. Disengage doesn't hit enough opponents. I mean, the explosion is big on disengage, don't get me wrong. But like the advantage of Spearfield is like if I bleed all of these guys, Spearfield just hits everyone, right? There's no world how a Spearfield does not hit everyone there. Oh no, it's the queen! It's a brood queen! I'm standing in pools of like everything while I'm like trying to get in there. Oh, this is 2 elites. And I'm just wondering what feels so absolutely awkward there right now. I mean, you could also have your explosive spears proc bleed, so the hemo crystals. But then you have the explosive spears already, so why would you need hemo crystals, right? It's kind of like the point. These elites are cracked. I mean, I should probably, like, turn my Atlas around because my Atlas currently gives them more bonus than they have any right to have. Like, bleed him. See, like right now, I don't fathom, like, where did he get that much bleed from? Like, sometimes it's so weird, like, how much bleed you're inflicting. Either it was then a crit that did all the bonus bleed, or it was... I don't even know. There's still a lot of figuring out. I mean, Amazon in campaign, easy mode. Like, trying to figure that one out wasn't hard. Is that a Radiant one? No, it's cat touched. I'm still waiting to find the Radiant one. Wait, I'm trying to... there we go. Boom. Ah! It says defeat the Bone Colossus, but that's not actually the boss on this map, is it? No, it is. Wait, what's it called the Bone Colossus? What do I always think he's... has a different... Wasn't he called the Mastodon? Something? Oh no, you get the Mastodon teeth from him. Long range bleed. The advantage of the explosive spears, for example, for these fights are also like you just do it on the distance, right? And then you don't have to worry about them anymore. And you can actually explode the stabby spears in him, which I always liked. This was one of my favorite gameplay loops. Like, engage them, right? And then explode like the... spears in them. He died to bleed, poor guy. There's nothing here. One omen of greater exaltation. Cool. Is the blood tree worth it? We're still trying. Have you considered incision passive for magnitude of bleed? We have that already. I would like to get like a lifesteal item, but I don't know if I have lifesteal on any item. It's called lifesteal, right? Do we have like gloves with lifesteal flying around that I could yoink from something? If it was going to be gloves. It's called Life Leech. Sorry, Life Leech. I don't know if I have anything with... Oh, we have a ring. Physical damage is life. I mean, yeah, I guess. We could... Let's increase the amount of life leached. And if it's physical damage is life, I only do physical damage. So... here, that would be physical damage is life. But I don't have the int for that. I don't have the level for this. No! Why are you doing this to me? Yeah, I guess we're gonna take one of the rings here. Something in that direction. That's bonus accuracy rating. Here, leech life. Cool. That should do the trick. Okay, how much is that going to play a role? So we have the incision passive here on. We have incision for bonus incision, for bonus magnitude of bleed. So that's not the problem. We have the magnitude of bleed. We have every magnitude of bleed that you could imagine here. Okay. So our problem is not necessarily the magnitude of the bleed. It's the, how do I say this now? It's like survival mostly. If I'm honest, it's mostly survival. Wow, that's 300 evasion rating on boats just like that. Okay, sure, man. Calm the fuck down. It's mostly that we need some kind of extra layer of survival. Why is everyone yelling upstairs? Yeah. Give me a second. What's the duration of your bleed? 5 seconds, but we consume the bleed duration straight away. So the duration of the bleed doesn't matter because we pretty much consume it. Wonder if we could take all these effects and just put them over the companion. Okay, we have all of this. Oh, we're actually investing our points here into attack speed and act rating. Because that was giving us a lot of bonuses. A lot of bonuses, Chan. Let's put the knockback from bleed away. Actually, no. So that puts my crit now officially to 41.4. Is it sulfuric caverns again? Did I not just beat the sulfuric caverns? Oh, we were about to open the map. I remember. Pirate, thank you for your subscription and support. Inked, good to see you. Scorpion, also howdy. Storm, Mexos, thank you all for supporting. Sorry, chat, if I missed some subber dubber. We've been preoccupied. Corruption maps requires maps with at least 4 explicits. Yeah, I remember. Sorry. Because it's like a corruption prime map, right? These corruption hubs in the middle, if I understand correctly. I've been watching you in your runs of D4 and PoE. Do you enjoy PoE 2 more than D4? No, I enjoy both. Both are great. But they have each their peculiarities that I enjoy. Sometimes more, sometimes less. Main thought is, I like solving puzzles, and these games give me puzzles to solve. Okay, so we put the mark on him, then we spear field. I can't see what's going on, actually. This map might just downright be horrendous. As I'm trying to see my opponent, but I can't. I literally can't. Okay, we dash in, we bleed. See, look at the bleed we're doing, Chan. The bleed can be quite significant, right? Especially if you dash in from a bigger distance, you do more bleed. That's how, like, Rake works. So the further away you actually dash in, the better it is. Like, these guys, just like if we rake. Nothing else, just raking. Does significant damage. Oh, Wayne. Okay, rake again. This is great. Now we can always dash in and explode him. Now if we rake, and then we do crystals, right? Rake, and then crystals. We do more damage and everything dies. Go in, rake, crystals. Oh. These crystals are Hemo crystals, by the way. And if we spear field, they're getting incision. So like this is here, look at that. He has incision on him. If we then bleed him, he gets way more bleed. Like you notice that, right? So it's like spear field. And then if we jump in with the rake, the bleed is even more crazy. They're actually taking like tons of damage. So you kind of like always want to engage a mob pack with this to then jump in to have like a way even harder bleed happening. And then we spear field again to trigger the bleed another time. I mean, also, like, if I actually spear field, I get rage. So that's also, like, spear field, I have rage. If I then jump in, obviously my bleed is also mattering. Like, if we look at the DPS here, where's my rage? There's rage. So this is with 30 rage now. Here, 2,500 damage, right? Oops, I should probably look at the screen every now and then. Yeah. The Huntress seems OP. No, the Huntress is not OP. Strong, yes. Working quite fine, yes. But not OP. By the way, have we looked at Life Leech? Is the Life Leech working? Oh, the Life Leech is working like mad. I mean, we weren't sure like how we gonna like get our survival figured out, right? So that was one of our main issues that we're like right now trying to get under control. But hey, like I'm trying to not take many potions. Like, you know, I'm trying to focus on the, like, look, we're actually leeching life quite significant. It is nice. I sometimes feel, and this is where I'm not sure about Hemo crystals. Okay, so Hemo crystals consume the bleed on the target, right? And technically, the explosion of these Hemo crystals should do more damage. But I wonder if it's better to let the enemy bleed out. Right, so like here, I'm doing this, like, right? Like we're doing the bleed, and then we're doing these Hemo crystals. But I wonder if it would be just better to let him bleed out instead of making the crystals. I want the crystals to be good, because that was my whole plan today. Like, you know, try to make the crystals be good. But end of the day, they only do... Yeah, it might make a difference on bosses. I've actually tried it against bosses, and if it's a singular big boss, it works really good, because the singular big boss gets hit by all the crystals. So let's say the boss has a bleed on it, right? And you make the 4 crystals. Each crystal has the bleed in it. Each crystal. So you have 4 times the bleed, 8% of the bleed, then remaining bleed explosion. So it kind of compounds up and stacks to really nice damages. It just feels bad for clearing mobs at times. Because against singular mobs, it often feels just better to... just bleed them, you know? Bleed them. Spear field. It would be so much easier if spear field would just do a lot of physical damage, so you could apply like tons of bleed. But sadly, spear field does. Oh my goodness! How much lightning are you striking down? And the answer is not allowed to be yes. Okay, there's a boss coming now, correct? See, that's now the boss. So we're going to bleed him, and look at that. So you're going to make all the crystals around him, right? And then you make all the crystals around him, and it like really, really gets him. So here, again, bleed him, all the crystals around him, and that like chunks. Spear field, bleed him. I mean, this is also chunking, like, right? And then you can explode him with a crit. We want to do incision to do a more meaningful bleed. Like, rake and crystals, rake and crystals, and it does like good damage. So versus a boss, it actually does work to do the rake crystal thingy, right? Good. We now shattered this, and this is now the new area, guys. So we're gonna fight like new bosses here. Area contains the Immured Fury. Immured Fury is a powerful monster that has appeared due to the cleansing process. I want to fight that. Yeah, rake crystals, exactly. The gameplay loop is pretty much rake, stab, stab, rake, stab, stab. And usually you could use only rake every 5 seconds, because it would be useless to use rake more than every 5 seconds. But the way how this build works, it allows you to use rake every second. And I wonder if these crystals, these Hemo crystals here, if they're... like, I need more bleed. That's the thing. Put gems into Tame Beast. Incision is impossible. Did I put incision on it? You can put incision on it. I currently have minion mastery on it. Didn't check for others. I wonder if you put Feeding Frenzy on the minion, which gives the minion 30% more damage, okay? Listen, if you give the minion 30% more damage, and then I take the node here, increases and reduction to companion damage also apply to you. Does that count on the companion? I'm guessing yes. Yeah, but I mean, I don't have the points to do it. That's the thing. I can't do it, sadly. Wouldn't do anything. Renmans. Okay, supports melee skills. You yourself killing blows with supported skills on bleeding enemies. Create a Blood Renman. Blood Renmans increase your life regeneration rate for a short while after being collected. Can you play Rip on Herald of Blood? No, can't play Rip on that. Needs to be killing blows with this. Like, you notice my hesitance here, like the way how I'm trying to make things work for you to feel good. I'm not sure if just the gameplay loop here right now does feel too good in the end game. And we're getting the job done, but I feel like getting the job done is not enough. Here again, spear field, they build up incision, as you can see. I mean, like, I could kill them also just with spear fielding. So like, see, if you just do spear field, the spear field itself, due to critting, could also cause bleed and then hemo crystals. See, like, I could just do Spear Field. Actually kill things with that. I just don't want to do anything else. Just Spear Field. But it's just not doing that much. Right? So like, Spear Field, Spear Field, Spear Field, Spear Field. If I then go in with the these new monsters look really cute. I'm like forced to do Spear Field and the combination. I'm just not sure if the explosive spear was so much better. For the people that are wondering from the actual guide, we're just changing things up a little bit to try out new stuff to make your existing builds even better. Because never settle. Well, we could try a version where we completely just send it into the explosive spear and that's it. But you can only you can only throw 2 of them and that's it. When you find a beast with multiple auras, oh, your beast can have like really crazy things. The beast can have burning grounds. The beast can have lightning striking occasionally. It can have elemental aura and probably damage bonus aura. I mean, that's what I have. I have a beast right now with a damage aura and elemental bonus. Oh my goodness. I'm like fighting these guys here on a narrow latch and I cannot get closer. Like sometimes the bleeding is just crazy. Okay, chat. Is any one of you trying out armor evasion rating Huntress? And how does it feel? You should do a lightning spear build just for sign. We will do elemental build on the ritualist Huntress, but I don't want to do that right now on the Javazon, the Amazon Javelin gameplay. That one is not supposed to be that way. Okay. Oh, great. That's unlucky. Do you find any 25% speed boots? Yes, I found 20%. Certainly. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to hit the enemy. Great. Bleed. Great. Stab. No, let's like fully embrace the. Oh my lord. I want to fully embrace that, but I gotta kill that Faradun Plaguebringer before I do anything. So rake. Oh, it's almost dead. It seems to be working better versus bosses, like to do the. Oh, what are you? Holy. Snake monster. Like every now and then against a single target, it just feels better to do this. Then you could also just do that. Kill everything. Shadow, thank you for the 95 centuries of support. Shadow, good to see you there, brother. That's where like everything I do with bleed, like pales. Oh, that's the boss. Okay, chat. We do bop rake. Okay, rake bop rake bop rake. See, like against the boss. Bop rake, and now let's explode it all. Bop rake. Like versus bosses, I'm a menace. It's just that we need to work on the bonus clearing too. I have seen crit tornado builds, yes. They look clunky. I mean, that's the problem with Amazon to a little bit. Like everything looks kind of clunky. I've seen multiple builds using like tornadoes and whirlwinds and all that kind of stuff, but it's all like feels clunky. I'm sorry. But everything kind of feels a bit clunky on Amazon because you need to build things together. By the way, this is not a Rake Ground Stomp buck build. So there's a thing with Rake and Ground Stomp where Ground Stomp is currently overtuned. So don't recommend actually using that because you will probably just get into the standard problem of you tried something broken and it's not working anymore in the future. Try Rake, Disengage, Spearfield, Repeat. I don't like the Disengage in that combination, but we could try it out just to see if we can add more flavor to it. So I'm just not a fan of the Disengage, if that makes sense. So what you're saying, you want to see Spearfield, Rake, Disengage. Spearfield, Rake, Disengage. Okay, let's get out and put the Spearfield in. The leveling with Explosive Spear feels great. Yes, I am absolutely standing behind my leveling build, right? I'm 100% behind that. I don't doubt it for a single second. That is the shit. And that is what you should do. The point right now is to find something that also then equivalently feels great for mapping. So I want you to still feel amazing even afterwards. Why am I selling my stuff to him? Hold on a moment. Why? I'm always supposed to put that in the stash. Okay, so you're saying we need... Tier 14. Okay, you want Disengage instead of Explosive Spear for now. So what we want to do then in your gameplay loop, an R. So we do Spearfield, Rake, Disengage. Spearfield, Rake, Disengage. I mean, it looks sexy. I wonder, as you said, if you want to put the Hemo crystals now, but the Hemo crystals want to get triggered on range. Okay, so what could the Disengage then have? Could the Disengage cause Shocking Ground? Because that would be the thing. If Shocking Ground would work, that would then shock the enemy. So I would do this, Rake in, Shocking Ground. Boom, hit the Shocking Ground with the Hemo crystals. Bleed into the Shocking Ground. Shocking Ground. Right? Would that make sense? Are you not allowed to level with level 19 anymore? No, you need to do the Helani Gates first. So what kind of support gems can we do on Disengage? You have Shocking Leap, right? Supported skills create Shock Ground for 4 seconds when they critically hit. No more than once per skill use. Shock Ground created has the radius of 2 meters. So I guess that would make sense. Support skills deals more melee damage against enemies with a higher percentage of their life remaining than you, but deal less melee damage against enemies with lower percent. Wow. Okay, let's do that. There's a projectile. Right now, we're not using projectiles anymore, so we have to rethink a lot of our skill points, sadly. Because there is a, like, you get more damage when you use a projectile recently. Not using a projectile. If I use Shocking Leap, can I... Let me just try it with the leap. The basic idea is to do this. No, not the boss right now. This. 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 When it definitely brings me out of danger's phase ASAP. Right? Oh wait, shit. I'm still like trying to brain this. And then you could actually follow up with the Blood Hunt too. So you could even do this, this, this into a Blood Hunt. Right? It seems right now, though, mostly unnecessary. I mean, the only advantage is some distance, so you could rake harder, right? I mean, it's not working, and it does tons of damage. Disengage just surprisingly good damage, right? The combo looks sick. It kind of works, right? This. Because the launch back also does damage to everyone. No, Vivian. I know how Hemo crystals work. I know how. Don't get me wrong. I know how Hemo crystals work. Right. Oh, I'm forgetting some skills in between. Okay, this. Wait. I mess it up in between. It's like a problem. So you need to this, then there, and wait. Oh, Jesus. I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Don't worry. My brain is just not braining. Okay, back, spear, engage. Back, spear, engage. Boom, 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 boom. Right? Boom, 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 boom. Actually, going in and then spear out. Boom, boom. Actually, like going in, spear out. Go in. No, wait. I need to spear after the thingy because otherwise it doesn't work. It kind of works. Yeah, disengage rage does work together, so it does work together. Why are we using the spear field? The spear field casts incision. Incision makes bleed do more damage, and incision also, like if I have incision stacks, has your rake do more damage, so it does an overall more bleed. So you pretty much gotta start with this always, and it also consumes the bleed, so I can rake again. Because you do this 1, 2, then you go in, go out. Do this again, go in, go out, do this again, right? Because you consume the bleed to be able to use the rake again. Otherwise, the whole combo doesn't make sense. Because bleed is over 5 seconds, right? So we bleed him, and he's bleeding. Like, we bleed him, and he's bleeding now. Then we retreat, and with the spear stab, we trigger the Hemo crystals. To then bleed him again, to go back, Hemo crystals. Bleed him again, go back, Hemo crystals. And then bleed him again, and right? And look at the bleed, and then boom, we can go in with the Blood Hunt to explode all the blood loss on him. Because then he has built up a significant amount of blood loss, right? That we can then explode. Wonder if the wind spear would be better. See, now comes the big question. Okay, chat? Because this is where it gets really interesting. Would it be better if instead of doing the spear field, we would throw the wind spear? Because right now you have a lot of these nodes here. So these are saying Increase projectile damage if you have dealt melee hit recently. Increases melee damage if you had projectile recently. Melee projectile, projectile melee, blah, 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 blah. The usual, right? So we need a projectile skill. So what if we now... instead of spear field... let's identify the items. 70% physical, nice. Why am I looking for that 70% physical? Well, currently I'm trying to do an experiment to see if I could mix and match something really nicely together here. Okay, I want to keep one of these evasion rating armor gear pieces. So what I want to know is if I could take the 70% physical and, for example, the... where is the 15 to 22 to, so like if I could take these spears in the recombobulator, right? So I would take the here 70% physical, and I would take the 22 to 30 physical, and chance of success is 44.8%, right? Because this is the only two stats that really matters. Everything else is like kind of like fuck you, right? but but if I get these two together, that'd be nice. I mean, I need broken circle artifacts. I don't even know, like, I don't probably have anything because I don't know where they are. I had them somewhere stashed away, like here's broken circle artifacts, but I have them somewhere, but I don't know where I have them. Those like there are somewhere some more of these broken circle artifacts. So there's here some more broken circle artifacts. So we could now take these two spears, right? And we could take the physical and the physical. Well, that's kind of like disappointing. that's kind of like upsetting in many ways. Okay, coming back to now what we wanted to do. What if we take the Whirlwind Lance? That's what it's called. Whirlwind Lance. Instead of the Spear Field. Okay. The problem is the Whirlwind Lance wouldn't do so much. It can't do Rage. So step number one, we can't get Rage with Whirlwind Lance. That's bad. We could get Hemo Crystals, though. And you could get Incision as well. Plus Martial Tempo. Where's Martial Tempo currently? Where did I put Martial Tempo? Martial Tempo. Martial Tempo. Thank you very much. So you could take the Whirlwind Lance, for example. And then the gameplay loop would look like... throw that in. Go for this. Throw... yeah. Don't crash. Do crash? You cool? You good? Thank you. Like you do this, there, back out. This, in, back out. So with this though, we would get like the bonus damage from both things. I'm just not sure if the spear field is better because we would be actually getting the... right? It seems to also work. Just that the actual spear attack takes like longer to use. And it only applies one incision. Yeah, so that's not worth it because it only applies like one incision. Like the spear field is better because the spear field, if we're going back to the spear field now. So rage, incision, and hemocrystals. Because the spear field just creates more incision. So like you go for that and he's instantly like 10 times incision, right? Yeah. I like the... I'm going to admit that I underestimated the engage in terms... the disengage in terms of the bonus damage it adds to the fray. Because you would anyways roll away from the enemies. Right? But instead of like rolling away from the enemies, now you're disengaging away from the enemies and you're actually doing bonus damage while you're doing that. So I will admit that I underestimated the power of disengage in terms of the raw damage it does. I wasn't actually aware of how much damage it would do. What is that thingy? I'm just wondering. What is... Hello? Mr. Worm? So I will apologize for underestimating the overall damage output. It feels like a fun gameplay loop right now. I move skill points when not using projectiles. We're going to do that. Don't worry. It's going to be hard, though, to move those skill points. Make the mark on it. Disengage. Disengage. I'm just like sometimes getting lost in what I'm supposed to do. The interesting part is if the disengage crits, it can also bleed. The disengage is mainly physical damage. We should boost it then. So Rake has the heavy swings for more physical damage, but less attack speed. Doesn't matter. This has more physical damage and it has more bleed magnitude because you want obviously the Rake to do as much bleed as humanly possible. The Blood Hunt has the brutality because we want the Blood Hunt to like really do super hit, but it actually doesn't need the brutality because it can do other damage than just physical damage, right? It actually does less damage with brutality than without. Because like overall, this is just meant to be like a super crit. We probably can put this on the disengage, but it would also weaken the disengage right now. Oh, I need other support gems. What do we have? Disengage should do more damage. %8 of damage taken while using supported skills recouped as life per second of attack time of supported skill. So weird. Ingenuity doesn't do anything. Supported skills break armor and hit against parried enemies. No. Wait, technically we could use Clash, but kind of like don't feel it. What damage skill can we use for it? Rage Forge, Quill Burst. Heavy swings. We have all the actual physical damage skills really taken. I mean, Clash might be the best to take there. Close combat? Close combat isn't, yeah, it's actually not a bad choice. Enemies within 1 meter, scaling down, no bonus, 3.5 meters. Sure, it wouldn't be bad. We could use it. We're close, so it should work. So, because we're doing this only when we're close. Heft is already taken, so we have heft, heavy swings, and deep cuts, so on Rake. Our Blood Hunt is having Bloodlust, Brutality, and Inevitable Critical. The Brutality can actually go down, though. But again, the Brutality right now is a little bit of a... Pick a one. Rake should probably take Brutality. And then I can use the Heft on this for more damage. Or I could use the Heft on the Disengage. The Heft is actually good here for the Blood Hunt. Good. We need to get rid of these cluster skills. And technically, we need to get rid of... I mean, melee and projectile damage. Accuracy rating. Maybe it's better to go over this side to forget about the... We would lose 30% melee damage. And if I have to get rid of this cluster, I still have to get to these nodes. The problem is, I still have to get to these nodes. I mean, I could just obviously go over 1 instead of like 5 points. So that would save me, like, if I go for here, dexterity, right? So it would save me this whole cluster here. Let's see. Does Stomping Ground drop off an endgame? Stomping Ground will get nerfed. I would not in any way get used to using Stomping Ground. Yes, it drops off. Unless you're heavily investing in strength. But it's also something that will not stand. Because Stomping Ground is right now overtuned, obviously, with the Rake together. Don't get used to it. With that bonus accuracy rating, I would get like tons of bonus crit chance. Look at that. Estimated crit chance is 72.8%, chat. You heard right. You heard right, ladies and gentlemen. Because of how high my accuracy is. But we lost some damage here right now because we just lost this. But I saved myself 6 points. 6 points that we could bonus invest. I mean, I could go for attack damage, and 25% attack damage, so that would be nice. That would straight away boost us back up again to what we've lost. What's Reaching Strike passive? Reaching Strike. This one? Increased melee damage and melee strike range. Huh. That would need me to go through here to reach this instead of going through here. So what you want me to do is you want me to go over this evasion rating cluster to then get the dexterity. Dexterity. Take these 2 points out. Okay, I see your point. Remove these. Make that strength. Make that strength as well. That strength as well, okay. Then we have 1 point left. 1 point left. I really appreciate you guys and all you do. Thank you, Ghosting. Appreciate it. Thank you for the $2 donation. That's really kind of you. I'm enjoying also what we're doing by a lot. So happy you appreciate it. I need to regard this 25 crit hit chance. How much is that less? It's just how much less. I hate it. I want my point there. Get rid of Maim Strike. We don't have the Maim Strike here. I could just get rid of it. We need 3 points. And we could get the knockback on bleeding enemies, but I kind of like the knockback on bleeding enemies because it kind of makes them, you know, fizzle away from what we're actually doing. So it's... I just hate that we have to go over here again. Like, you notice how this is like a really stupid way to go along? Like, it's 1, 2, 3... It's just like 4 points that are doing nothing. I mean, I could do 1, 2, 3 points. Wait. 1, 2, 3 points. That's only these 3 gone. I could cut these 3 points by just taking 1 here. I would just hate to do this, but I just don't have the points to afford. just level up. Leveling up is not the point. I want, like, so we're 68. I already have more points than you should have with the change we're doing. So this is supposed to be the level 65 change. Okay. I wonder. Yeah, this is for the base critical strike chance. If I could just probably discard the 1% for now. Just to go for these two. And I would hate it, though. To then get this one. Do we want the accuracy rating too and melee attack speed? I don't know if I want the attack speed necessarily. Okay, let's see how that feels now. Next map, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try to get something with a boss on it. Here, that's a tower with a boss. Let's go. Let's do a tier 3 map. Yeah, the left side in a different way is definitely something to think about. Okay, we need again, spear field, jump, disengage. Spear field, jump, disengage. I'm just like, my brain needs to. Spear field, jump, disengage. Spear field, jump, disengage, but I don't disengage. Oh wow, he just died. Did you see like how much bleed he took suddenly? We just jumped in there and he just took all the bleeding in the world. The most upsetting part is really the miniature stuns. They're not game ruining, but they're annoying. Yeah, that crazy range attack. I feel like sometimes my spears are not even triggering the Hemo crystals because I'm too far away. Oh, I couldn't do anything? Okay. I was like pressing my disengage, but I didn't have mana. Oops. I was like pressing like the mana button, but nothing was happening. Which quest rewards did you get? For chaos for the chaos potion, I always get chaos resistance. The other one was stun or elemental ailment threshold. Right now, I think their biggest mistake was messing with the stun threshold thingy. That was like just uncalled for. I literally don't know why they decided to do that. I have like no explanation, Chad. Absolutely not a single one. I could tell you why it was necessary to mess with that. It just simply feels like a big dud. What did I get there? A fracturing orb. Cool. Right? Like why did you feel the need that like messing with that is a thing? Do you think it's better on distance or close up to use the spear field? Jump in, spear field, disengage. Jump in, spear field, disengage. Maybe that makes more sense. Jump in, spear field, disengage. Like, these archers behind me, the amount of stagger they're just dealing is uncalled for. Boom. I need mana leech too. For this to feel good, you need mana leech. Because otherwise, I'm just like consistently depleting my mana, right? And it's just going to feel awkward. Because I'm like not looking at my mana, right? And then suddenly my mana is just depleted. See, I jump away, rake in. Jump away, rake in. Tons of bleed. Works good. They think it's to make the game harder. The problem with the stun is that it's literally not making the game harder. It's just making it more frustrating. Like, more frustrating is not harder, if that makes sense, right? Because like when I'm a character that's not using range skills, I am literally having these guys here with their crossbows, and I'm just hard countered without a retaliation, right? This is like where this is probably my only point where I'm like, that's a dud in the patch, right? Where I'm like, I think that's a mistake, right? But most of the things I'm fine with, like I don't bother. But that's the only point where I'm like, yeah, it just doesn't feel good. Okay, my brain is still not completely working with the loop. I need to spear. Boom. I'm trying to put like the 3 points next to each other so I'm not messing it up, but I still mess it up. So it's QWR, QWR. It's definitely safer now than before, because I was wondering like how do we make this feel safer, right? And we definitely made this feel safer. Still not sure if we actually even need the Hemo crystals. If we could just say screw Hemo crystals, because I feel like the Hemo crystals are good, but they need a buff. Like the 8% is too low a value to be amazing. Then again, I would like to see how the game feels if I get a new spear right now, because we haven't gotten like a new spear in 10 levels now. So how much more damage will we deal with the spear? Does anyone have like a super good spear and can test this out? Because my spear is only 200 damage. It's like nothing too crazy. It's like okay. Does anyone have like a killer spear that could give this a try? And tell me how it's going. Dude, like that. Okay. Boom. That was a great one. I love it. Spearfield counts as hazard. Hazard, okay. And there's some supports for that. I can check. Whoop, whoop. It's like if I do, like I bleed them now, I disengage, and then if I disengage too far away, my spear field doesn't even trigger the Hemo crystals because I just went a little bit too far away. And the life leech was definitely amazing, so that one is for sure. I like use very rarely my wow, I gotta walk all the way there. Great. I very rarely use my potions. Actually click on them. Okay, you said hazard. Enemies affected by your hazards recently have 25% reduced armor, Enemies affected by your hazards recently have that reduced evasion rating is crazy because it would just introduce your crit rate like crazy. That one is a really good node. Increased hazard damage. Hazard damage wouldn't make sense. Chance to rearm when they triggered. Increased hazard damage. So hazard damage wouldn't help. But that node itself, the shredding contraption, like if you get a despair envy, you could take that. What is this here? Increased damage of each hazard triggered recently up to 50%. Increased hazard damage, hazard damage. Hazards have a chance to rearm after they are triggered. Rearm after they are triggered means that the spear would just rearm. Just for me to understand. Anything else hazard related? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Still thinking about armor and evasion rating. I haven't given up. Gain extra evasion rating as gain 8% evasion rating as extra armor. Look at the right edge. Well, like we had this one. Is there something else hazard-wise? It just doesn't seem like something where I would want to invest points into right now. Like it would just be too much point investee. David, is this more convenient than explosive spear? The reason we're doing this right now over the explosive spear is that this is the end game version of the spear build, okay? So you get the level version of the spear build, the 1 to 65, the starter version. And the advantage of the explosive spear is simply the scaling, right? Like, it's crazy how much damage you get out of it. Like, even right now, my disengaged is like 4,000 damage, but that's nothing if you consider how much damage the explosive spear does. An explosive spear obviously works really good together with the rake and all the nodes we have been taking before. But it kind of falls off. It doesn't really fall off, okay? It just doesn't feel too good in the mapping stage. That's why we're currently experimenting with a different way to do things. Your thoughts on the bleed build? I need to try tier 15 maps with it. So right now my goal is to level this further, obviously. That we can then test this on further maps. So we're currently in for like an hour or so. We're going for level 70. So I'm going to be trying now to just push this to like 75, 80. That we can see how efficient would this be furthermore with the introduction of more points. It does feel smooth. The lifesteal feels great. We need some mana. So again, like attack, disengage, spears. Attack, disengage, spears.
Need more time.
Might be also attack, spears, disengage, but then you have to use the spears while you're in. Like attack, spears, disengage. Attack. Make the mark on. So like, and he just gets. The disengage is just really a nasty piece of work, damage-wise. Especially, this is like how quick it is. That's 4,000 damage done. Okay, attack. Okay, range.
Need more time.
I'm gonna put the mark on. Completely forget the mark.
Hold still.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that ice is like here really annoying right now. Come here out of your...
Need a moment.
Spears. Where is he? I think the bleeding is like plenty dangerous. Like how much we're life leeching right now.
Nowhere fed. Wait.
Oh wait, we should do this. I forgot the oh wait, get in. The mark. The #1 skill to not forget. Because if you forget the mark, you don't get the armor broken. And you notice how easy we can armor break this guy at times.
Need a moment.
Oh no, we died. Now in this fight, I feel the first time, because of his agility, how the Hemo crystals are not as useful as... Wait, is the boss area different? Weird. Because in the...
Hold on.
In the... what do I want to say?
Wait.
With the... Oh, Brady's not saying it. With the pokey strikes, we did some more damage. With the... What's it called again? Rapid assault. Like, I'm still
Need a moment.
unsure which would be better sometimes in boss fights.
Hold on. Need more time.
Ah, the mark, I forget about it again. Intriguing how quick we can break armor with the spear field. So spear field, like, right? Can do that. Frozen ground, fire ground. Ah! Oh, wait, mark. Go in. Spear field out. Lady, you got stunned there. You should have been not able to retaliate. This is what's happening. Mana. Oops. I'm really not paying attention to my mana right now, which is bad. Because I often like tend to not have mana.
Bleed out. Need more time.
Yeah, he's like stunned, but he's not stunned. Like you notice this rubber bending here. This is like one big problem in the patch. So you stun enemies, but you don't actually stun enemies. It's rather weird. See, like, he's flying, he's stunned. You notice where something is weird, right? I think about the tornado build. The tornado build seems fun, but I really didn't enjoy it. I really didn't enjoy it. I played around with it, and it wasn't bad, but something was just not agreeing with me. Wonder if versus bosses like the rapid stabs would still be better. The spear soul, actually. So right now, I would not rely on actually having the enemy stunned, that you have the enemy stunned, right? Because you don't. As you don't actually have the enemy stunned. Sir, there's a lot of poison that came out of your tail. It doesn't help that I, like, don't see the poison on the ground, right? Put that on.
Need a moment. Back off.
Bleed. On. Okay, when he jumps over you and you're actually not hitting him there, right? Then you're not hitting him there. Why is the bar so weird for you? Oh, that's actually very simple because I am having blood loss on the opponent. Okay, number one. But not only blood loss, I'm also having... I'm blood loss on the opponent, and I have weak spots on the opponent. So it's a multitude of things that you get happening to him that hold that back. That show there. The weak spots are from your ascendancy, this. And these weak spots are the bright red bars. The dark red bar is the blood loss. Yeah. And the bright red bars, they do 50% more damage. And the blood loss is something I can explode and interact with. Kind of like all things together, doing stuff. You know what? 6 attempts on bosses are kind of fun, but if you die, it's a problem. My box of riches is a little bit too full. Does Amazon have enough bleed magnitude nodes? Should we say just goodbye to... Life each recovers based on your elemental as well as physical damage. Yeah, I know. I need mana life leech. Mana leech. 'Cause I just don't want to run out of mana. So this is leech basic attack as mana. Probably this ring. Like, look at this ring stats, by the way, Chad. Look at this ring stats for a second. Lubo, thank you for the brand new Prime subscription. Sorkin, how does the game feel? We're still having good time and enjoying ourselves. We might have to take you for the time being. So now we have mana leech too. Okay, we have life leech, we have mana leech. Let's try out the augury. Yes, augury, and we are level 68. With level 68, we should be able to do a... where's my maps? Tier 5, tier 6, tier 5, tier 5. Let's see where that's going. Tier 5 is 69 opponents, yeah. Obviously, you should be able to do that. Technically, we should be able to do tier 10 at this point. There's no bleed magnitude. There is bleed magnitude with incision. Oh my lord. Yeah, no elemental thingies. Oops. The biggest issue is if someone has energy shield, because you cannot bleed through the energy shield with your raid. It can be a bit of a bummer. For bleed, I'd like to have damage numbers to sometimes understand. You know, I really like to have a combat log to look into what I'm exactly doing here. I'm at times trying to understand where is the most damage coming from. So, like, do you see how much damage this dude just took there? Just from some spear stabs and then the bleed actually hitting? It was great. And right now we don't have, like, any resistances because I just swapped out gear pieces. By the way, that mana leech is Chef's Kiss. So that works really good. Because I want to use my abilities, but I don't want to care, like, about my mana. Right? Who wants to, like, look at their mana? You just want to use your abilities and that's it. Wait, did you just restore HP after you get hunted down by the wisp? Oh! What's that? Is that the bleeding spear? Because there's a bleed spear, actually. Physical damage, accuracy rating, and attack speed. All damage from hits with this weapon contribute to pin build-up. Increase projectile speed with this weapon. It's actually really funny because you can do, like, a lot of pin with that. For the... what was it called again? You can do a lot of pin with that for the... Combat Frenzy, because Combat Frenzy needs you to pin things. Okay, I think the next thing we need to test out for, we'll just gamble gold to get a new spear, to see that we get a stronger spear, that we can then use a stronger spear to potentially see, like, how much does this scale. Because right now, like, we haven't gotten a new spear in a while, so this is, like, still my level 51 spear, right? It's a good spear. You know, it's a fantastic spear even. It does all the things a spear should be doing. I can't shake the feeling that we could be getting a better spear. Oh, he just bled out. Cool. Yeah, combat frenzy wants pins. Exactly. Sometimes brain not braining. I'm not sure if this is the gameplay loop we're ending up with, Chad. Don't worry. I haven't decided. It's someone working, and I'd hate to like give up on the bleed because I just like the bleed, but I wonder if we have to give up on the crit, right? Like how much is the crit helping us in this case? Because you kind of like have to go for bleed and crit, but again, if you actually crit, you do more bleed, right? There's miserable. No, this is really fun. I mean, people, if you obviously compare this to the Ice Strike Monk, then obviously the Ice Strike Monk is leagues ahead of this, but that was also just like a one ability class, right? Oh wow, he just got so much bleed. He just succumbed to it instantly. But why? Like, see that one guy, like how much bleed he got, but where from? Like, he was in a lead, and I just did like a single attack on him. That's it, just one single attack, and it was just enough to completely obliterate him. But how? We're gonna try out in a second is just letting the Hemo crystal go. You know, just to play it without the Hemo crystals and just see if I do rake disengage into spear field still for the rage. I'm not sure what we're dying to. Evasion ES is better than pure evasion. If you have access to nodes that boost both ES, that being said, it's actually not better because you don't have anything anymore to regain your energy shield. So the only way how you regain your energy shield in evasion energy shield builds right now, okay, sure, is that you're gonna be using what's my brain gonna say? Is that you're going to be using Ghost Dance. Otherwise, you would have to wait for your energy shield to actually refill, which would be a really bad feeling. Oh, that's why we died in there, because there's a bunch of poison spitting snakes. Okay. So they took Grim Feast out in case you missed that. Grim Feast used to be the ability that restored all the cool energy shield and that everyone was using because, yay, Grim Feast for the win. But that one is out right now. Grim Feast doesn't exist anymore, so you can imagine that that is a blow to every energy shield playstyle. I mean, Monk, that used to then kill enemies and restore the energy shield by killing enemies, and then you restored energy shield by killing enemies, and so on and so on and so on. That is just not a gameplay loop that works anymore. Not sure what we do about that now. Middle should be open. Ooh. That thing is just in here. Oh, and I get... Wait. I'm stuck. I can't move. I think we got like an elite of this and these guys. That's a lot. Hey, let me kill that thing in the middle there first. Before we, like, fight with the boss. We need to mark him. Here, mark on him. Alright, look how much bleed he has. Yeah, he lost so much to bleed. Good. That one is dead. Oh, and there's the box in the middle too. Yikes. Interesting. Where's the boss? There he is. Okay, mark on. Bleed him. Spears him. Bleed him. See, like, but we don't have to worry about mana anymore, and that makes everything, like, smoother. Couldn't dash all the way to him because there was too much stuff in between. Hehe. Putting him in a bigger area is definitely more convenient. Oh, we forgot to armor break him. Thank you for reminding me, Chan. It's fun to have like so many gap closers. Mark him. Can I mark him in the air? Not really. Go in. I feel like I sometimes don't connect with my bleed skill. Like I'm trying to bleed him, but I don't connect. Right? Oh, I died to that? Unlucky. We update your Ice Monk build. There is nothing to really update yet for it. As well, we haven't played with it yet. But we will update it down the line. Just not, you know, yet. As we're busy trying out the Huntress. Good. Now let's gamble. We wanted to get a better spear. So I'm wondering if I'm feeling not super good because we don't have like the good spear. So we need to get something that does more damage than this one. This one does 200. I feel like 200 damage is reasonable, but obviously not good enough. So let's gamble some spears on Elva. Put the skills away. You away for the time being too. Let's see, can we get a good one from you? Two to 5 physical. Random spear, that's not bad. I mean, don't forget that we can combine spears too. So we can use what they have to maybe make something good out of it. Right? $52 physical. You could turn into something good. 59 physical too. 52, 59. I suppose not like pretty good, but they're doing adequate, right? Adequate. So like for the sake of testing, we have to find something here. Wow, he is going to be stronger? Nah, he's not going to be stronger. Even if I 20% him up. He's not going to turn out better. I mean, that critical hit is nice, and the physical damage to life is also nice. But I would have to hit... Probably Chaos Orb something. Wow, that's a lot of fire damage that we don't need because we only need physical damage. I mean, not bad. Not bad, sir, but really, really not what we're looking for. That was my physical damage gone. Oh, bunch of duds. Right now we're throwing a bit currency out of the window, don't worry. We just want to find the way to play this. 10 to 14 physical, sure. 17 physical, no. A lot of accuracy could actually be interesting for a certain build. 7 to 13. I mean, what I'm interested in was the one with accuracy rating. One of the others was really like something to talk about.
Yes.
Are you going to be updating your Bleed starter build? Well, sir, that's what we're working on today. So I'm not really leveling. We're just trying out things. Wow, that is such a waste. Oh my goodness. It has 100... Can someone like just shoot me in the face? Chad? It has 116 physical damage. Here's the big question I'm asking myself now. Okay. What if I take this spear now into the recombobulator together with a different spear? What's the outcome? Because let's say I would take this one with a 14 to 24 physical, right? And now I would recombobulator that with this one. Am I getting a physical or lightning damage one? You know, what am I getting here? Am I getting like the Spear of the Panther, or am I getting the Bloodthirst Spear? I have 14 like here. Wait, where's my... Where am I here? I have 15 broken artifacts, so we can test, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see what happens if it actually works. Where's the physical damage? Physical damage here, 14 to 24. Okay. Are we ready to rumble? It is a 28.23% chance. Oh, that's bad. We're trying. We lost. It's sad. I mean, it's truly sad because it just stops, you know? It's just over. Joe ever. Oh, 84% physical damage. Well, 1 to 5 physical damage. Wow. 9 strength. 344 AC rating. I can try something out with you. Oh, I can try something out with you. So what I wanted to know is, if I take this weapon with 344 AC rating, and you would use it together with this Ascension, with the gain 25% of AC rating on the weapon. Attacks using the weapon have added physical damage equal to, right? So that's 25%. That's 344 times 025. And that'd be another 86 physical damage plus. Does that 86 physical damage plus, does that, like, you know, how is that added? Right now, we would lose damage, right? We would go down damage, 3.2. But if I put the points in, does it show in the... Does it show? But that's more accuracy rating. We're at 3.2. Does it show if I it shows. Oh boy. That's a boost. I mind if I now take this spear? Same. So alone that 344 AC rating. Can replace this. I mean, it seems to work.
Back to basics.
You buy currency? No, sir. Why? That's illegal. Sir, this is my account. You know?
How can I help?
This is standard league. I didn't just start in the new league because I have no reason to start in the new league. Okay? Absolutely no reason.
What is it?
Especially if you're trying to make something work. I will start a solo self-found character, don't you worry about that. But just not right now, because right now I'm trying to get you guys absolute killer builds. Right? We're trying to do. We can't do that if I don't have currency.
What is it? Go.
Okay. That spear is so weird. Okay, with this spear right now, we would be sitting at less physical damage than this one had by a margin. But we have the 344 AC rating, which is actually some of the higher rolls. It's a tier 7, so it couldn't go much higher. And suddenly our rake is at 2,000 damage. So our bleed went just up by another... Right? So that's a big boost. I like it. Valid? I vow your mom. Sorry. I need to go into a tier... What's like a reasonable map to do, like right now? Tier 5, tier 6. Let's say a tier 6 map. It's level 70 opponents. We're 68. I should handle this. Now we don't have resistances, so there's 63, 53. Fire is shitty. Let's just slam on some random... Oh, you know what? I completely forget that I can do this too. Okay, fire resistance, upsy daisies, chat. Let's go. Haven't you lost the critical weaknesses now, though? Yeah, but the critical weaknesses is not as important as always more damage, right? I mean, critical weakness, nice and dandy, Andy, but what if I can always have more damage? See, by the way, this is what we're saying about like ranged characters. Oh my lord, it's Divine Orb! Oh, get the camera! Never lucky. Like, trying to kill ranged dudes that are like stacked into each other just feels bad because I would need to pull them together somehow to hit like all of them with the rake. That's why I'm often thinking about, like, what about magnified effect on raid? that I can really like hit Jebediah, Jeremiah, Jimothy, Debity, and their mom, right? All of them. Because it otherwise feels bad. Crit chance increases magnitude of bleed. No. But if you do a critical hit bleeds more. Because that's how bleed works.
Need more time.
Bleed is the damage you deal within one hit. So if you dash in and you do a lot of
Need a moment.
bleed, if you crit hard, we wanted to try it without hemo crystals. Thank you for reminding me, Chan. I wonder if Spear Field could be... Like, if we invested everything into Spear Field, could Spear Field be insane, Chan? Like, if we just went, like, all in. Should we try this out? Like, Spear Field... Like, the Spear Field base damage is just so low that, like, I don't see it outperforming Rake at all. But what if it could? Problem is, even if you take, like, everything hazard related, I just don't think it will ever get to that point. Oh, we aggravate our bleeding over critting. We have a specialty for that. Kind of funny.
Need a moment.
So Spear Field is a hazard skill, by the way, in case you missed it, Chad. And hazard skills, oh my lord. That dude with multiple projectiles, he's just stunning me permanently. Like there's like nothing I can do to know. Oh my lord. He's going places, Chad. Like I'm just getting chain reaction mass shot by him. Okay, let's go out and see what about Spear Field. Because Spearfield has the hazard token. So we could technically do this. It's like 16% more damage, 16% more damage. And hazard is like Spearfield. But the problem is that Spearfield right now does 347 damage. But it's 347 damage times all these spears. I wonder. Take Dance with Death? You don't need Dance with Death. I mean, seriously. Huntress already has problems with surviving and you want to make her even more squishy. That makes no sense. Problem is, I have no, like, nodes to take out for, like, this. I need all the spear nodes. I need all the bleed nodes. I need the accuracy nodes. There's, like, no nodes to take. I mean, the only thing I could take out is probably melee range here to do that. But, no. Just thinking about taking the ambush. That gives me 100% more crit chance against full health enemies.
Bleed out. Need more time.
I just really like Spear Field to be like, you know, a main source of damage. That would just be funny. Yeah, I remember. We wanted to take Hemo Crystals out and just let the bleed be bleed. If I take Hemo Crystals out, my Spear Field can get another support. Could it impale? So we could, like, you know, impale is a debuff inflicted by hits which store of premeditation physical damage. If the impaling hit has a magnitude, so it's going to attack on impaled targets will extract the impale debuff. No. You get to rearm. Yeah, I mean, it was just a rearm instead of the Hemo Crystals. How does Bloodhound's Mark exactly work? It explodes when the enemy gets heavy stunned. Your blood loss contributes towards stun build-up. And you can break the enemy's armor with it if you use Single Out. Doesn't feel much slower than without Hemo Crystals. Like, right now we're not using Hemo Crystals. So I just wanted to know, like if we actually have the bleed. Oh shit! Oops. Okay, it's damage. So if we actually have the bleed, if the bleed is bleeding enough, right? The main question here. Right now, we wouldn't be consuming the bleed to make the Hemo Crystals. We'd just let the bleed run its course. Might be somewhat inefficient against bosses. Well, they just staggered me. Actually, not really. Yeah. Because if I do the Hemo Crystals, then I get no bleeding effects pretty much. So it's like I stab this, then I dash out, then I do this. See, like that boss just died to the bleeding. You just absolutely succumbed to it. Okay, sir, I'm like, I really want to jump like into you, but I can't because you're all stuck like in this tiny little shit there. I mean, that bleed was long, so it feels like Hemo Crystals is just bad. Can it be that Hemo Crystals is just bad, John? And I wanted to use it because the idea of Hemo Crystals is just nice, but it might just simply do less damage than the actual bleed. We need a boss map now to confirm this. So let's finish this and then find a boss map so we can go hunt the boss down and see like how a boss fight feels without Hemo Crystals. So the basic idea of the Hemo Crystals would still be that due to them actually consuming the bleed and giving you like cool explosions, that it would actually be better than letting the bleed run its course. That's the assumption. But that assumption seems to be incorrect. Right? Ow, 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 ow. How much I loathe anything that does range damage at the moment. It's funny because magic can stun you, right? Like if it at least would only be physical bow attacks that would stun you. But no, it is magical bow attacks that also stun you. Because why wouldn't magical attacks be able to stun you too? Could you grab a bleed notes from the mercenary tree too? Well, the question is what's better, bleed magnitude or actually getting the crit chance up? This is a question we have to ask ourselves. What's better? Getting more bleed magnitude or the crit chance up? Because if you want to grab the bleed notes from the merc tree, holy, you get to travel. What effects do you want on your companion? Not the effects that I have. Chat, the boss is bleeding. Look how much he's just bleeding down. I'm not doing anything to him. Where is he? No, wait. This is an NPC. Finally. We haven't fought one in a while. Wait, Bloodhound mark on him? Does he not build up blood loss? Chan? He doesn't build up blood loss for some reason. He just killed me with one hit. It's a rogue. No. It's a rogue exile. Yes, that's a rogue exile, but it's a warrior, not a rogue. So on your companion, you kind of want ground effects usually, like burning ground or the come on, say it, brain. You want burning ground or the lightning strikes, for example. Those are like very efficient. So yeah, that rogue exile was not having a blood loss build up. Was it because like I was hitting into his shield with the rake that he wasn't actually bleeding? He was bleeding, wasn't he? The rogue exiles are amazing. They're really brutal to fight against. Will GG ever give an option to turn off auto aim? Wait, there's auto aim? Well, what do you mean? Okay, yeah, he's bleeding, see? But he's not getting blood loss build up. Oh, he bled down. Okay. Oh, you mean the auto aim on controller? Is that what you're talking about? Now you have me confused. Auto aim on controller. What do you mean? I assume. I don't think so. I mean, what's the problem with auto aim? Okay, we bleed him, dash back. Bleed him, dash back. Bleed him. See like the blood loss is, and then we explode him. Okay, right now, conclusion already. Easy conclusion, to be honest. That the actual not using of Hemo crystals is better. So, ladies and gentlemen, fuck Hemo crystals. You heard it here first. Does Rake benefit from incision nodes? Yes. What happens is, right now, we're using this here, the spear, to build up incision. Look, he has incision. Look, Incision. And then we
Hold on.
break in, and he just bleeds out. I mean, you saw him just like bleed out, right? That was just the elite, just completely bleed out. Like one rake is enough to bleed him. Okay, like we're getting closer, chat. We're getting closer to what I would like to play. Okay, Spearfield is still viable because Spearfield gives us the easy access to rage, but we don't need the Spearfield right now for. I wonder. So. Hits from supported skill inflict incision. Magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skills per incision consumed. We get rearm and we get rage. The problem is Spearfield should not bleed. Spearfield needs to play Bloodlust. Because if Spearfield cannot bleed, then the incision stacks will never go away. Yeah, because otherwise the Spearfield could crit and bleed. Does that make sense to you? So how does incision work? Incision is a debuff which causes the affected target to gain increasingly higher chance to be inflicted with bleeding when hit. All incision stacks are removed when bleeding is inflicted. Each stack of incision applies 10% chance to be inflicted with bleeding when hit. A maximum of 10 incision stacks can be present at target at once. The reason why we have incision is because this one here. So enemies you apply incision to take 10% increase, a 2% increased physical damage per incision. So if they have 10 incision, they would take 20% more physical damage. That's like breaking armor. The main reason we have it, though, is increased magnitude of bleeding you inflict against enemies affected by incision. So we want the incision for the bleed infliction. But that means, for me, that with the incision support, I wonder, do we even need the incision support with all the incision that we're having? Can I do Bloodlust? So Bloodlust would say I do more against bleeding enemies, okay? But I cannot bleed, which is important. Then we have not Hemo crystals. We still take rearm, okay? We take rearm, but we cannot bleed. If I now take that one, I want to make it here. Let's do the Sulfuric Caverns or tier 6 map. Oh wait, I need to clear that inventory. Sorry. Enhance mark. Wait, what was that? That's a lot of armor, sir. %68 increased physical damage and melee skills on a lightning spear. Cool, 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 cool. Appreciate it, non. Hemo crystals is ass. You heard it here first. Don't use Hemo crystals at home, children. Okay, let's... Oh, you don't want to keep it at 10. So you need to have 10 and then you need to rake. Okay. My question rather is if without the incision stacks, because in here you have 20% chance to attack hits to apply incision. Okay. And I have 20% chance down here. Plus I could take the 50% increased effect of incision, but I don't need that. So if I just do this right now, see, that's already 2 stacks. Boom. And then my bleed would just bleed harder already. So I wonder if I could save the incision gem. Boom. And then my bleed would already bleed harder when it then hits. Yeah, this would allow my... This would allow for more net total incision hits with the rake, which we would need. Yeah, that's working. Now she's just dead. Okay, that works. What's with cast speed? I mean, you can take martial tempo. I like the rearm because the rearm means that the spears just automatically rearm in the same area, so they would damage in the same. See, like this elite. Look at how much blood loss he has had already. Look, I just hit him with one single bleeding skill, and the dude. Look at that. That's the amount of blood loss he had, and then I can explode it. Because let's not forget that we have blood hunt happening, right? This is working. This is working definitely better than before. So I'm sad that we actually used Hemo crystals for so long, instead of just like going for the bleeding. The only sad thing I have right now is that I can't like do bleeding spread to the next target, right? So I cannot have like a bleed after it expires jump over like a contagion. That would be useful. And dead. How does the Pack Companion feel? I mean, the Pack Companion can have like useful buffs on it. So mine gives me a physical damage aura that actually increases my DPS by 700. It's pretty good in the early game, weaker later on. But your pet could, for example, have Temporal Bubble. Temporal Bubble slows everything down that enters it. Now imagine having a pet with Temporal Bubble that runs around, rolls into the enemy, Temporal Bubble style. Just imagine it for a second. I'll probably catch one with Temporal Bubble in the long run because I have a very good farm spot for these guys. There's actually a cheat farm spot where you can pretty much die and then just rinse and repeat die. Yeah, I'm not 100% happy yet with the spear field. The spear field supports. So the incision, I think, is safe call. We have the incision done. That's working also without. I mean, we get some less incision stacks, but it at least allows me to play different things. So that's good. You put lack rate on Blood Herald, but it doesn't work. Yeah, so the Heralds, they're intrinsically, they can't freeze, shock, whatsoever. So your Herald could freeze, but it can't bleed because it's the Blood Herald. So that's obviously the smartest thing you could technically do. The best way to propagate bonus bleeding would be having the mark. So if you have the blood mark and that you would have the blood mark cause bonus bleeding, that would probably be one of the smartest things that you could do. But for this, I would have to have the blood mark auto cast, and I don't have an auto cast on the blood mark, right? So if there was a way to tell the blood mark to just be automatically cast on... That would be great. On crit. So we're doing a lot of crits. Especially with the spear field. Actually, spear field should really... Like, if spear field, every single spear counts as an instance of crit, then cast on crit with spear field should actually go insane. And then I could cast blood marks, but if everyone... Like, I can only have one blood mark, so I would have to cast it with overabundance. And then we would have to hope that, like, they just get there. Or you can instantly 30 rage with spear field. Spear field puts out 70 spears, and every spear that's being touched, it gives you 3 rage. So even if it's only one opponent, since one opponent has a certain body size, they're all getting hit by the spear field. Okay, yeah, now I'm liking this. Now, like, are we feeling it now, Chad? Can you try spears with pin, rusted spikes, and brutality? Let's see. What would be rusted spikes? Rusted. Supported skills aggravate bleeding on enemies when pinning them. No, I don't need this. And I can tell you why. Come closer. No kissing. 30% increased critical hit chance against bleeding enemies. 20% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you critically hit with attacks. So what's happening, I dash in and bleed them, okay? And then the spear field, bop, 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 currently has a crit chance of... With the spear field itself, 20%, and the explosion should have, here, 60%. So the spear field has a very high chance to actually cause a crit, you know? Because of my high accuracy. So technically, with the disengage together, disengage also has a huge amount of critical hit chance. I'm able to aggravate the bleeding really easy. That's why we don't need the rusted spikes. I'm not saying this is 100%, right? But I kind of feel like it is good. Sure. Your one hit would almost kill me. Because why wouldn't it? The good thing is you can also pre-place the spear field, right? So if you like expect someone to spawn in there. Oh wow, he just bled out like there's no tomorrow. With Rachel Spearfield? Yeah. Broken Circle Artifact. Wild Orb. Broken Circle Artifact. Thank you very much. Massive Spear. Yeah. Something you might have never heard in your life, chat. Sorry. Spearfield with poison stacks works well. You mean like the... But what would that do for us? That's my question. What would that do for us? So I switched to Spearfield. No. You shouldn't do anything. No. Like so the guide that we made is until level 65. I wouldn't before level 65 even remotely think about to do anything different than Explosive Spear, because Explosive Spear takes no investment. Okay. So for what I'm doing here right now, you'll need to change your passive tree and everything. It'll take massive investment to actually to do what I'm doing. I would not remotely consider this at first. And I'm still also not sure if I want to consider this over the Explosive Spear, because the Explosive Spear is still very strong. But I'm like, we're still trying to get the hang of this. Okay, Chad? Still currently trying to get the hang of this, but I like more and more what we're doing here. What I want to try out is Magnified Effect on Spearfield, on Rake, because often I feel like I'm not hitting enough targets, but I'm not sure if we need a 4th orb for this, and that would be like a bummer. Okay, let me show you why I think we need a 4th orb for this, because for Rake to do maximum damage, you kind of need heavy swings, brutality, and deep cuts, because the magnitude of bleed is higher, right? Okay, I don't want to do this, but currency exchange, greater jeweler's orb, exalted. Thank you. Magnified effect. So that it would... Oh no! This is solving like all the issues. Like see, my issue is you often jump in and you just hit the first row of enemies, but not the second row of enemies. But if you now go for a Rake with a bigger swing, you would hit the second row of enemies as well. Are you using incisions in your build? Yes. Here, there, incision. You see incisions on them? Okay, where the elites at, brother? Where the elites at? Rake support again. I'll show you in a second.
Need a moment.
So Rake is currently running heavy swings with brutality because you don't care about any elemental damage on Rake, okay? Any elemental, it doesn't matter. You want the maximum physical. Then we got deep cuts is 75% magnitude of bleeding inflicted with supported skill. So the magnitude, the actual magnitude of bleed, you do less damage, but your bleed is more magnificent. I think that actually works. Like it gives us 200 bleed per second more, right? And then we have magnified effect for a bigger area now. He's ritualist. No, we're Amazon. We're not ritualist.
Get back.
Because we're using critical strikes for our bleeds to make them bleed harder. I'm mad that we tried using Hemo crystals. What do you use on your pad? My pad currently has extra physical damage aura, always poisons, lightning resistance, and hasted. I want a temporal bubble pad though.
Wait.
Because then your pad has temporal bubble. Yeah, magnified effect is a banger, chat. Oh my lord, I'm just finally hitting everyone that I wanted to hit all the time. So I don't have to ask myself anymore, did I hit that guy? No, I hit that guy.
Hold on.
Boom, she did.
Almost got it.
Okay, now we just need to make cast on crit work, and then I'm really happy. But for cast on crit, I feel like I need a chest piece with like 41 spirit, and I don't have a chest piece with 41 spirit. Right?
Wait.
Oh. I wonder if proximal intangible enemies, do they take bleed damage even if they're not in you? Hey, how do I get there? Yeah. I want to say, how do I get there?
Hold on.
Mark him. Marked. Bleed him. Stab, stab, bleed, and he dies. Hee. Is Blood Boy Ritualist useless for bleed? No, definitely not.
Hold on.
I do think Ritualist might be better for a bleed build. I was just valuing the crit extremely high, but I have no. See, like he just died to that crit bleed. So I value that just really high, but I can't tell you if it's truly the better choice. Die, 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 die.
Wait.
Okay, now we just need to stop dying. This is step number next. Stop dying. No energy shield, only evasion. Yes, because Grim Feast is out of the game. Okay, for everyone that just joined, for everyone that's here, what are we doing, ladies and gentlemen? We're currently trying to do as much crit as possible because of this Amazon thingy. We're also having penetrate. Penetrate says we do 25% more damage with the accuracy of the weapon. And right now, our weapon has 344 AC. Or had, wait, we have the wrong spear on. Shit, we actually have the wrong spear on. When did we swap that spear back, Chad? We're doing less damage right now. Let's go back to the better spear. Boom. Because look at the difference. So this is 1,500 damage, okay? This spear has less physical damage than this spear. But we're getting 25% accuracy rating as physical damage. Now watch this. 344 accuracy rating. What, you ready? Boom. Yeah, it's 200 damage more. And like here on my normal spear stab does 10,000 damage. 7,000? 10,000. So someone was saying multi-shot, by the way. So again, we're trying to... Spear of Field has Rage and Bloodlust. Bloodlust needs to stay. Unless... Is there another skill that prevents bleeding? Bleed. Okay, Bloodlust. Supported skills cannot cause bleeding. First Blood is... Supported skills have an increased chance to inflict. No. Concoct, no. Deep Cut, supported skill, no. Hemo Crystals, Incision, Tear... No. See Red have an increased bleeding duration. Enemies you inflict bleeding on with supported skills have increased attack speed. Would increased bleeding duration be good? No, I don't think it would be good. Redmans, no. Rupture, no. So Bloodlust is the only one that prevents my skill from causing bleeding. We need another damaging skill then on Blood Hunt. Blood Hunt currently has inevitable critical and you know what? It's going to get super critical. Why is it getting super critical? So right now, Blood Hunt is like Blood Hunt is crazy because it does 5,000 damage, which is nice with the explosion, right? Actually, the damage is like 6,000. But what it does is it has like estimated critical hit chance is 93.5%. Because it has inevitable critical. So, hee hee. It does a lot of crit. But what I want to do is, I would like to get super critical on it. Because super critical says, that you have 20% less crit chance, but 100% more critical strike damage bonus. Which means that your Blood Hunt would end up with... a 74.8% chance to crit, and it has 444% critical strike damage bonus. So it should be great. Hopefully. Good. Now, we did the Sulfuric Caverns, so they're donezo. We can fight a boss. Okay, DK in the forest. Yeah, that's what we're looking forward to. We're level 69, so we should do a tier 7 or tier 8 map. We have one more skill point. Right now, we're taking here, guys, incisions, magnitude bleeding, knockback, and my bleed can knockback, which is very useful because if they're knocked back, they're moving, and then they take bonus damage. More magnitude of bleeding with crits, more magnitude of bleeding with crits, more magnitude with incision. Then a lot of crit damage. We get a lot of accuracy. We get even more accuracy. Can we higher the accuracy rating of the weapon? Accuracy rating. Can you do that? I mean, this says reduced, increased accuracy at close range, which kind of works. Increased accuracy against rare unique. No. I wonder if like you can increase the melee attack speed and just get more rating. Yeah, but could you increase the accuracy of the weapon per se? Increase AC rating with one-handed weapons. Yeah, but that wouldn't increase it. I mean, that's, by the way, a good note. I kind of like it. This is also AC rating. This is AC rating dual wielding. Again, AC rating equal to strength. Haha, we don't want that. This is also 100 damage, and then here, more AC rating. So we don't want any of these. What do I want to do with my next point? I mean, technically, we should start investing it into companion nodes. No, I wanted to get that critical hit, so we have insane critical hit. So now we want to do tier 7, tier 8. What level were tier 8 monster mobs? Tier 8 map 7778 is 72. That is 3 levels higher than we are right now, but technically we should be able to handle that. I mean, in the old patch, we would have been able to handle this. Wow, that is a very good shield. With block, evasion, but it doesn't have like the resistances. Look at my current shield, what cool resistances it actually has. It's a very blonde spear with nothing on it. You know what? Let me go for an Orb of Alchemy, and I got robbed.
What is it?
I'm going to use the maps tab. I have the maps tab, but a lot of my maps are lost in the other tabs. So I didn't sort my tab. I didn't resort my tab. Okay. Call me lazy, but I just forgot to sort my tab at some point, and that's why like we're still using Elon's maps every now and then. Should I adopt Spearfield only in late game? Wait, did I open the decay already? I opened the decay already. I'm so bad at the game. So we're currently trying this out, still trying this out, okay? We're not 100% convinced on what we're doing. I like our bleed damage is truly obnoxious. And I like the nimbleness we have over the battlefield, because I'm really like whenever you're somewhere, you're just able to dash around. I mean, we can still die to chaos damage because I don't have chaos inoculation, and getting stunned is easier than ever. So that's the frustration. But apart from that, where is the elite? I'm like trying to figure out who the elite is right now. But I just... Oh, there, you are the elite. Well, see, like, we dashed one time in. We bled him one time. Boom. Now we explode him. Bleed him again. And that should actually be enough to kill him. Chaos damage. We hate it. Hey, I was watching him bleed out. God damn it, Leon. We're sitting there watching Jeremiah bleed out. And you just be like, oh, look at me. I'm the powerful Leon. Yeah. God, nerd. Good. We need to find the boss now, because we haven't really tested boss damage too much. Is it good to continue with the Explosive Spear? I would continue with the Explosive Spear easily until level 65. If you're level 65, you can continue, you can think about to change something. I think you will notice the same I did notice, that in maps, Explosive Spear just doesn't feel that good because you are being swarmed by enemies and you only have 2 Explosive Spears to throw. That means when you're throwing the Explosive Spears, right? You're kind of like at the point, sure, you threw the Explosive Spear, you have to wait for it to explode, but you can't do anything else while you're being swarmed by enemies. You can't retaliate because the only damage you have is the Explosion Spear explosions. And if it's not exploding, then you're not doing anything, right? Thank you, Don, for 3,000 JP. Whatever that currency is. I'm really bad with currencies. We do appreciate it. I'm learning on YouTube. I'm learning new currencies daily because people, if they send a super chat, it's in their local currency. So what's JP, guys? From Tokyo. Ah, from Tokyo. Okay. I guess that I should have been smart enough to put 2 and 2 together, but luckily I'm not. Japanese yen. Okay, I got it. Thank you. That's very kind. I have not received Japanese yen yet. I receive a lot of Indian currency. So that means we have a lot of Indian viewers on YouTube. Oh, and Malaysian currency too, I think. And we have Canadian dollars. I know how they work because that's just C dollars. And I'm smart enough for Canadian dollars, okay? Like, seriously. I'm not that stupid. Build Marginal, the build is uploaded on YouTube, the full build guide. This is the continuation of the first build. I don't want to say in better, because I don't know if it's yet better. I need more crit, I guess. I want to take this one here, because this is increased critical damage bonus against enemies at full life. And this would mean if we rake into opponents with full life, we do like a super rake. But since we mostly start with Spear Field, it actually doesn't make too much sense. So maybe increase critical if you haven't dealt crit recently, but we do crits always. I have all the magnitude of bleeding taken, so I can't take more bleeding magnitude. Because if I look for more bleed magnitude, the only bleed magnitude we have is this. But I really don't want to go there. Well, we could try to finally take the enemy nodes. Okay, let's try our thing. Put the spears out, make him bleed. Put the mark on. Put the mark on, jump. Make him bleed. Spears out. Make him bleed again. Super critical, boom. Spears out, bleed. Long range bleed. Because long range bleed more damage. And now, boom. Oh, whoa! That's what we're talking about. That's what we're talking about, Chad. It was worth it. Everything was worth it. What was that? That was my Blood Hunt, super critical. And we need to put the mark on him. Okay, let's break his armor. Broken, and boom. Woohoo! Okay, we're gonna replace this, chat. We got it. Finally, happiness. Send it. Send it. Bam! What was that? Okay, so that was the Blood Hunt's mark. Blood Hunt's mark. That was the Blood Hunt. The Blood Hunt jumps in and explodes the blood loss. Okay, so we're doing 5,000 damage base. Yes? And then we are exploding what he has on him. And we deal 25% of consumed blood loss as additional unscalable physical attack damage. Okay? So if the enemy lost 10,000, 20,000, 50,000 life due to bleed, then that is added on top of your Blood Hunt. But you can't scale it. But what I wonder is, you can't scale it, but can it crit? Because it says unscalable. But cannot, like, unscalable still crit, because that's what it seems like. And since my skill has 100% crit chance, more or less, and 400% crit bonus, you can technically make it go boom. Right? For damaging, I would take a melee companion with Burning Ground. Yeah, I would like to have one. Shall I show you where I farm companions? I can show you. It's really cheesy. You're gonna be like, what the fuck, Pony? Oh, goodness, he still kills me with a one hit. Weirdo. Oh, because we died here at this point, the whole map is now reset. Yep. Even though we killed him. So, there is in Act 3. Let me first check the buckler. Increased evasion rating, maximum mana, infinite projectile parry range. Good. If you go to Act 3, Cruel, in the Infested Barrens or the Jungle Ruins, there's a quest. A region quest. It says here, Troubled Camp. Okay. So what are you going to do is you're going to look for that Troubled Camp. Because that Troubled Camp has always 2 elites around it. Always. But sometimes always. And you can pretty much find the Troubled Camp. Have these 2 elites. They're going to be a Dire Tusk Boar, a Monkey, or an Antlion. And then you die. And their modifiers will reset. And then you die. And their modifiers will reset. And then you die. Until you get the one that you're looking for. It's rather cheesy. But it's the best way to just get an absolute here. That's the Chimera Wetlands shit. I was hoping it was the camp. But it just works. Escape reset at checkpoints works as well. I thought they patched that. That the reset at checkpoint wouldn't actually change them anymore. Oh, he has Temporal Bubble. See, I want one of these with Temporal Bubble, technically. But not just Temporal Bubble. By the way, let me take this tier 16, make it Tame Beast. Put the Tame Beast in instead of my Antlion now. Then we're gonna put the Tame Beast on this. Let's see. We need to find the Trouble Camp. If the Trouble Camp... Wait. The Trouble Camp might just be straight away on the other side here. Of the waypoint. There's 132% of companion damage out there. Yes, the companion can be boosted crazy. Can you tame the Ruby Scarab from Keth? The Ruby Scarab from Keth is counted, I think, as undead. So you can only tame if they have, like, the beast tag below their name. There's a Maggot Mommy, though, you can tame. What? Yes. Here in this area, there is the Maggot Cave. There's a Maggot Mommy. She has a waypoint always before her cave. So you can pretty much check if... Oh, do I want to mingle and jingle with Maggot Mommy or not? What supports do you get on the companion? Minion Mastery right now. And I would probably take 10% of my life is also taken from the minion before me. Even though the minion gets like less life, it could be worth it. Ooh, Chan. Periodic cold explosion and stun resistant. Could have almost thought about it, right? See, it's like for this one, wait, can you reset that one too? I mean, there's a checkpoint there. Okay, get a walk all the way. Sorry, chat. Oh, damage taken for minions first. Wait, if you have one that says damage taken for minions first, does that damage get taken from me? From me? You could go Spectre if you want something that's not a beast. Nope. The beast companion is cheaper than most Spectres, I think. Also, I want the companion skill. And come on, we're playing Huntress, so you better use the companion skill of the Huntress. Everything else is scam. The essence is gone. Okay, so we couldn't reset an essence. Sad face. Let's try to find the camp. Like, you'll find the camp if you walk around the outside of the map. Like, you cannot not find the camp. You will 100% find it at some point. Darwin! Quick question, chat. How are we feeling in general about the wisps? Are you liking them? I have to say my biggest change I like right now are the Chaos Exiles. The Chaos Exiles, they're crazy. The Rogue Exiles, not Chaos. They're just randomly coming in, and they're fun to fight against. Every fight against a Rogue Exile is like, holy moly. Like, I've yet to be disappointed, pretty much. And they give you a run for your money. Yeah, the wisps feel just a bit uninspired. The best way to say it. I hate chasing things. Me too. The rogues are cool. The rogues are cool because they were actually fucking hard to beat, right? They're putting up a fight. What's a rogue exile? A rogue exile is a random humanoid boss that appears. And he's a witch, an archer, whatever. Here, by the way, this is what I was talking about, guys. So we don't want the Brood Queen. Okay, respawn at location. Oh, I think I accidentally killed her. Oops. I think my Gale Force killed her. So, no, there she is. Brood Queen siphons fast charges. Now we don't want her. So you could go in until you really find like a good Brood Queen, and then you tame her. How much damage does my rake do? It's only 2,000 damage total, but that equates to 650 bleed per second. We found the camp, chat. This is the camp. And now see, there's Leon, and there's that. Lightning resistance, conjures lightning storms, extra case damage. Oh, that's really good. Shit, do I want that? But I want one with temporal bubble. Like, I want this, and I want one with temporal bubbles. Okay, so what are you gonna do now? You're gonna restart a checkpoint? Or die? And then these two dudes are still there, but now he's always poisons, powerful minion, and this is elemental resistance aura, extra cold damage, but nah. Now he got Unleash Lightning, Slow Walker. Sometimes you get one like with 4 things on him, right? So you pretty much now just try to fish for the ultimate dude. Siphons, mana, lightning resistance, periodic unleash lightning, slow resistance. See, like, none of these is, like, amazing. Explodes nearby corpses. I always thought, is that good? Explodes nearby corpses, chat. Lightning resistance. Heals allies and suppresses foe recovery. That one heals you. Chat, that one heals you. Yeah? The gem level of the beast can be upgraded. That's energy shield. Wait, energy shield aura? Do I get energy shield too? Periodic lightning explosion, extra cold damage. You got siphon flash charges. Always bleeds. The bleed build. Can we tame Wisp Powered Beast? You can. You notice how this can get boring? But it is like, it's helpful. Energy shield aura, evasive, hinder aura. I want a temporal bubble. I feel like temporal bubble is the best in game. Anyone else? Oh, there. Lightning resistance and temporal bubble. Well, I got my temporal bubble finally, so let's make him. Oh, I killed him. Shit. Oops. Oh, yikes. So I actually wanted to have that beast here. This is my existing beast. Thank you very much. So I wanted to have him from the beginning anyways. Good. You get the drift. What to do. Don't be me. I'll probably farm one off stream. For some reason, they made it unable to trade them. And I'm mad. Anyone else is mad? Because I'm mad. Why am I not allowed to trade these guys? You know how cool that would be? Why can I not trade Jeremiah, Francis, Jimothy, David, all the cool things I found? Yeah, like Pokemons. It would be so cool. But they're like, nah, you can't do that. Which ascendancy points are you using? We're currently using Critical Strike and Penetrate, because Penetrate is insane. Okay, let's find another boss, chat. Sulfuric Caverns, no. I want a single boss where I can test my burst damage. So we have to do the Spiderwoods here with a... Let's do a tier 9 map. Tier 9 is level 73 opponents. That's vastly higher than I am. Because I'm obviously, like, super strong and I can handle this. I can't. I'm scared.
Yes. Quicken your pace.
Wait, spiders are... Wait. Spiders are beasts too, right?
I hear the skittering of our
I need to go back for a second. I am absolutely going to take myself a tame beast. Instead of rapid assault. Dead of Snakes, what do you take? Chaos resistance and stun threshold. Okay, that has Conjure Lightning Storms. Like Conjure Lightning Storms and Magma Barrier is... It's kind of sick. Ow. Those Lightning Storms are doing damage for days. Oh, we had him dead already. Should just finish him off. The problem is I have like a certain fantasy in my head, so I'm reluctant to go for anything else. Right? I have a certain monster I want. Oh, we're level 70 finally, so I'm not allowed to die anymore. No, that's kind of complicated to not die anymore because I kind of die a lot. Oh, I forget that I have Spear Field. For some reason, I forget that I have Spear Field. What does Spear Field do? It makes my bleed more. Oh, these spiders are... There are beasts too.
Need a moment.
Hello, Felt Monstrosity. It might be my favorite new monster, like getting this big guy there. Oh, who just exploded that corpse? That was a ginormous corpse explosion, guys.
Need more time.
Ah, great. We're getting like random chaos plans while we're doing the that's totally not going to kill me. Did you know that if you die during a ritual but you have a respawn, you actually get put back into the ritual? It's kind of cool. I mean, it doesn't help with dying to chaos damage, but it helps like with not being shut out of your league mechanics. Oh, that reminds me, by the way, I should do Rake tier 16, so 2 levels higher. That brings it up to 2.3k damage. Why Amazon over Ritualist for bleed? Because you can make your physical damage go bonkers. That's the main reason, because you can make your physical damage go bonkers. And bleed is all physical damage, so I choose that. Have my physical damage go boom booms. I really don't know why you would actually kill me this quick, lads. We need Bloodhound also 2 levels higher, because that brings the damage up further as well. Thank you very much. So we're currently using the Ascension here, Penetrate. And Penetrate gives us more damage in accordance with the accuracy rating on our weapon. Now, it does sound like it's not going to work, but let me assure you, it works. And it doesn't only work a little bit, it works quite good. So yeah, that's what we're using with huge success.
Need more time.
I mean, gotta look out that we're not getting killed by things. Wait, let's take a level 3 support gem quickly and actually get this dude here to soak up some damage. PoE 2 players said to get good to new players, but now that the game gets more challenging, they're crying. Yes and no. A lot of the complaints are viable. Truly believe so. A lot of the complaints are reasonable complaints, if you think about it. Mainly because the things that get changed are stupid. For example, we are having like random mini stuns. So the random mini stuns is definitely something where you're like, yeah, that makes no sense. Heat shield. No. So there's some things where I'm like, those complaints are warranted because it's just stupid, the changes that were made, you know? Especially the energy shield changes, they hurt because they force you to, well, play different now. On the other hand, the energy shield changes are kind of like training wheels off, because now, well, now you have nothing anymore to protect you. And I think that's like most people complain about. Like you're now playing in a world where you have no bonus survival anymore, right? So the biggest issue is that they took something away, but they didn't give you anything to make up for it.
Put it down. Finish it.
Let's give him the let's give him the. Is he bleeding? Finally, he's bleeding. It was so weird. Almost like he didn't want to bleed.
Come on now. Let's end this.
A clean
Come
kill.
on now.
It's an Iron Rune or Calcum Spear. Okay, that is a spider with temporal bubble, slow resistance, and powerful minions. Wait, does powerful minions apply to me? Chad?
Give it a chance to recover.
Can I be a powerful minion? Okay, wait. Think I'm taming it?
Finish it.
Did it work? Didn't work? Sir, I tamed you. No! We did. Was it because it was stack touched? That can't be. You can get stack touch thingies. I'm sad.
Come on now. Let's end this.
Escape the Pokeball. Yeah, I think he did. I wonder if armored is like something you want to have for your Pokemon. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Because armored seems like it would be quite cool to have. Wait, is the flying thingy a beast too? You are demon, Gorshu the Tyrant. Gorshu the Tyrant, get ready to get boomed! It's probably my favorite part about Blood right now, that you have a boom ability. Who does not like a boom ability? I'm sad that that big slug is not a... It's not a Pokemon you can catch. Genuinely upset about it.
Need more time.
So what are we saying? What are we thinking, chat? From what you've seen, how we liking the? Are we liking the bleed build so far? Well, that is a hasted. Periodically unleashes fire.
From below.
You don't know how you can survive getting swarmed like this.
Need more time.
You don't get swarmed pretty much.
Hold on.
You're asking how do you clear breaches like the good old monk used to do? You don't. But also monk doesn't do it too. Okay. I just went back in. Yeah, but the game was just like, you shall not play. Thought my PC was crashing, but you lag as well. There's a super lag. So I had a lag where my CPU suddenly went up to like it literally everything went rubber band, full stagger, trigger, whatever. Okay, so this is not on me, at least, because I thought this was on me, but this is definitely on GGG. That's how you avoid getting swarmed. Bam. So, by the way, for the people that haven't seen other Huntresses, so we are playing Bleed. Let's see if I can show you something quick while we're waiting to get back in. There is another... like, a lot of the creators have played different. Yeah, so, here. Chad. So this was a video from Loco. Here, from Mr. Loco. And he made a video. And he already changed his thumbnail because he got nerfed. But I think he might be live right now, so we can actually check what he's doing currently with the Huntress. Sorry, German adverts, guys. Of zombies and girls in towels. Well, what do we have here? We have Blood Herald of Blood. With some whirly twirly. See, that's the whirly twirly gameplay. It's still working, right? Still working. It's just not working as good as anymore. So you pretty much do the whirlwind, right? You walk in and then you do your thingies out. What you want is maximum attack speed. This one is important because you need to do multiple of these thingies. So, and then with wild charts and everything, you get like things out. It's fun. I don't not like it, but I also don't like it. Did this barrage skill help with the spear ground stuff? No. You don't need help with the spear ground stuff. The spear ground stuff is amazing in itself. Doesn't need any help. So the spear ground stuff we're just using for bigger bleeds. Because with the spear ground, we're casting incision on the enemy and we're also aggravating the bleed. So like, see at this guy, he has aggravated bleed. Did you see how he just bled out like there was no tomorrow? He had absolutely nothing he could do. It was just absolutely, like, it was just eating him. So you're pretty much using the spear field to put an incision on your enemies, and per incision, the enemy takes more physical damage. Also, if the incision critical hits an enemy, then the bleeding gets aggravated, which is actually really nice, because then you have like this dude who takes a lot of bleeding damage, and suddenly he just gets bled to death. It's kind of like how it works. See, like, this is normal bleeding. He's not moving. And I do spear field. And with a crit, I can then aggravate said bleeding. And then he just bleeds like even faster, and then we can explode the bleeding too. The 3 stages of like hurt your enemy. Do you know I didn't get do you know I didn't get lightning rest? You did not get, or you did get, or did you not get? Wait, what? Did you know why I didn't? Wait, full sentence, sir. You're full sentence. Like I'm like, what? Confusion. Why? No, that's a quarterstaff. I was confused. Why does this quarterstaff have so much physical damage? Holy. In comparison to my spear, the 200 weapon. You did not get. Well, did you click on it? I hate to ask. Did you click on it? Well, unlucky, I guess. Get wrecked. Better luck next time. Good. We get spider. I don't know. Like, sorry. I really don't. Spider woods. We need to kill the boss. And I want to do it on a tier 10 map. Tier 10 map would be like, I'm level 71, right? I should be able to do a tier 10 map with 71. We got all the critical strike damage nodes taken. I was thinking about taking like companion damage nodes, because it will also boost my damage by a significant margin if you get the inspiring ally thingy. So this is like 20% damage, 20% damage, 20. This is 80% bonus damage if you take this. What's the name of the ability or action that when you get in a boss fight, some parts of the health bar appear broken? That is from the Ascension, and it's called Predatory Instincts for spotting weaknesses. Okay, we're going to take a tier 10 map. That might be a bit greedy, but I want to do a tier 10 map. But I wanted to have more revive attempts because I'm a pussy. Tier 9. I got a tier 9 here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, tier 9 Spiderwoods, level 73 opponents with the bleed build. We're sadly not at tier 15 yet, but I need to level up further to make this work. We're still looking out for a beast. Okay, again, gameplay loop. You do the spears to prime them for bleed, then jump in, do the bleed, they explode, do the Herald of Blood chain explosion thingy. We dash back to make distance because our bleed does 100% more damage if we hit on distance, right? So if we're close to someone, you just go back and then you go back in because it's more damage. That also works in a boss fight to pretty much renew the bleed because you, like, if I do this, I barely do any bleeding, right? Because you're like close to your enemy. But if you then make distance to the enemy and dash back in, more damage. And then they like chain reaction bleed explode. If I'm honest with you, we don't actually need the chain reaction bleed explode. I'm like thinking about if we just kick the Herald out to get cast on critical for the blood mark. Because having the blood mark would be insane. Like if you do the blood mark, for example, on this guy, and then you dash in, if he gets heavily stunned due to the bleed he takes, because bleed build-up is stun build-up, okay? Then he triggers the blood mark. So I go here, and look at that, he just gets stunned straight away. And then he would explode into everyone else. It's even more efficient than actually Then actually using the Herald of Blood. But for this I need cast on crit to then have that. So you make the mark on, and now the bleeding is pretty much stunning him. And breaking armor too. Oh god, I died to explosions. Double explosions with Herald of Blood and Herald of Ash. I don't do fire damage. You know when you're making the endgame build, when I feel happy with it? I mean, you have the basic build already out, and you could keep playing the starter build. There's no reason to swap away from the starter build, apart from that it just didn't feel perfect for the endgame content. It was like, it was okay-ish. It wasn't like bad. You were doing tons of damage, but I wanted more. I wanted a smoother mass destruction. And I wanted to focus more on bleed. So I went away a bit from the fire spear, but we will do a build that fully focuses on the fire spear too, because I kind of want to, like, I would want to do a Herald of Ash fire spear build, because technically it should be possible. Like, you do the fire spear and then gas arrow maybe together. Not sure if that's overdoing it, but there should be a way, because the fire spear, the amount of damage it does is insane. I mean, I was having shitty equipment and my fire spear was doing 20,000 damage. Right? It's so easy to scale the damage. So it's like maybe gas arrow and that together would be insane. Because doesn't like gas get more damage with like, if the fire explosion is heavy, doesn't the gas do more damage? Or how was it? Quadrilla. Empowered reviving minions. Can you revive me? Dad? Boom. Wow, he just got critted there so hard. I love it. Okay, we have the boss. Fire Spear and Stormlands works great. Can detonate. I'm not looking for the detonation. I'm looking like for the Fire Spear to detonate something. Okay, we're gonna put on the mark. Then bleed him. Spear him. Dash out. Bleed him. Mark him. Spear him. Dash out. Go in. Now, since 10 seconds have passed, we're gonna do one of these. Now, the goal is to get his, you want to have him lose blood. Okay, Chan? So you want him to bleed. Because if he bleeds... like, all the damage he has taken due to blood loss now, you can explode. Like this. And if the crit goes the right way, then he's taking, like, tons. You want to stack up incisions, because incisions are making your bleed more meaningful. See, like, he had 5 incisions, so that makes my bleed stronger. I want to then bleed him. So technically incisions and then long distance bleed. See, like, how much faster he's bleeding now? Oh, no. How much more he's bleeding now? Too much setup? No. I mean, for a monk, if you're used to play a monk build, then too much setup, sir. But if you possess like 3 brain cells, I guess you can figure this out. You know. Actually, funny to me how a lot of Path of Exile players, like, if a build is not a one button build, oops, that was case damage. If a build is not a 1 button build, then it's bad. We've had that now over the past 2 days a lot. People seem to be quite obsessed with not wanting to use more than one button. Never understood that one. I wanna like build up now a lot of blood. Okay, on him. Oh wow, that is an aggravated bleeding. That is just chunking him down. Chat, are you seeing that? You see that blood loss that he just got there? That was a nasty one. I assume it was like a critical strike blood loss, because that's the only thing that makes sense. Why are we not hitting him with a crit? Because I want to do that super crit like that takes out all his life. You know? So like... because that's fun. Mark on. And he bleeds. Good. That was a tier 10 boss. I'm happy with that. Is good. A tier 9 actually, not a tier 10. Everything works.
Yes.
Not sure if Assault would still do a better job for this fight.
What is it? Move along now.
So we still need to find a better beast. We have the Bloodhound's Mark. We have the Bloodhound or the Spearfield. Let's take a peek at our support gems. We get the super critical with the inevitable critical and the heft. Inevitable critical needs at least 4 seconds. So technically you can use the Blood Hunt every 4 seconds for maximum effect. Right? It says per second you get 25% more crit. So every like 4 or 5 seconds you want to use it technically. Every full rate duration. Spearfield has rearm, bloodlust, and rage. Shocking leap and close combat. Is there anything else we could put on the disengage? Maybe a knockback? Rake quality yields deals an additional 30% more damage based on the distance traveled. I mean, that's nice. It already does 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. So like, that's great. Anything else we can put on the disengage? This only 2,000 physical damage, right? And the shockwave does 2.7 physical damage. I'm wondering if I make that one bleed, how much bleed would that be? Disengage. Not maiming. It has cooldown. I mean, if I have cooldown recovery rate, I can use it quicker in a row. You could use this and then that. I guess in situations where I need it, it might be worth it. Crimson Assault worth taking. So we've looked at Crimson Assault now multiple times. The problem with Crimson Assault is that in order for this to work, you need to bleed the enemy every 1 second. Okay? You need to apply bleed every second. And it's fine. Would you consider putting on unique armor and weapons that contribute to bleeding effect if you have any? I don't have anything unique for bleed, I think. Are there even bleed-based uniques? Aggravate bleeding on targets you critically hit with attacks, but I have a note for that. I have a note for that. Bleeding you inflict is aggravated. Reduce bleeding duration. Chance to inflict bleeding. Chance to inflict bleeding. Nothing too exciting. Running Spearfield now. Yes. Let's take this tower and put a boss map on it. I need to test more bosses. Do I have any Overseer tablets? Thank you very much. Overseer tablet. Gave bosses somewhere on Mars, not where I wanted it to be. Tier 10 sulfuric caverns. I mean, that's 74 and I'm 71. Let's see about that. I'm in queue with 0 people ahead of you and still not getting in. Well, take that as a signal. Don't play. Damage is just so heavily inconsistent. Like either I'm like completely safe or I'm just dead. Right? There's like no middle ground. We have the evasion rating that we need to survive, but either we're right? Either we're safe or we're dead. We think of venopuncture ring. I don't know what that is. I don't know most uniques in this game, as I don't make builds with uniques mostly. Since if you don't have unique, you can't make build. You know? That's why I avoid uniques usually like the plague. How are you gonna make a build if you don't know anything?
Need a moment.
Like if you make a guide, for example, and you tell the people that, hey, you just need to use unique X, and they're like, but what if I don't have unique X? Then you're fucked. Okay? Get shit on. Get that unique right away. And obviously not everyone trades. I tend to not look at them. As it's a bit... Yeah. 9. I knew I forgot something yesterday. Excuse-moi, Chan. I might have forgotten something grocery shopping yesterday, so I'm grounded. The 50% knockback chance on bleeding enemies node on that tree has kept me safe consistently on maps. Yes, the knockback chance is good. It helps a lot. Like if you dash in and the enemies are bleeding and then they get knocked back, it helps with the aggravated bleeding too. How did you make Spearfield work? Spearfield is not doing any damage. Spearfield is only supporting my damage. So we're not using Spearfield for damage. We're using Spearfield to amplify the damage that we're dealing. So we're mainly bleeding the opponent, as you can see here. And the spear field... Oh, wow, that was an ouchie. The spear field is adding incisions on the enemy. Okay? Incisions. And these incisions make my bleed more. So you're going to put the spear field down. And you're going to break the actual energy shield there on the guy. Mark him. Make sure that that stupid rhino doesn't rhino you. Oh, wow, that almost killed him straight away. That's crazy. I don't actually know where the big damage difference is coming from right now. Right? Why, like, where that huge bleed on the... it was probably one of the crits we did, but still, like, I don't understand right now. What did we do that much difference that led to such a huge... Oh my lord! Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I didn't want to fight that fight anyways. Oh, now I'm in a queue. Okay. Thank you. Oh, my queue just got up and then it got lower. Cool. I just went from 200 to 1,000. Okay, we're back. And my boss fight is gone. I mean, that field's kind of bad. Oh, what is this? Viridian Wildwood. What is that? Chan. Did you do a damage comparison? 5-second bleed versus a 1-second aggravated bleed? Well, the damage comparison is simple. My bleed does 700 damage per second. And aggravated, that would be 1,400 damage per second. And in 6 seconds, it would do then 5 times 700 damage. And if you, in that 5-second range, aggravate the bleed, then you also get more damage. Because then you do 1,400 per second, because you can aggravate the bleeding also without that 1 second, right? And then you have 5 seconds long, 1,400 damage per take. So yeah. We tested aggravated bleeding. We tested that bleeding node. It was just wasn't doing it. Again, if you bleed your opponent every second, okay? If every 1 second you apply a bleed, then it makes total sense to take that node. But we are actually not doing this. As you can see, we're kind of like... So I'm walking forward. I do Spear Field to get my rage up, because Spear Field makes my rage go up crazy. Look at that. Rage goes up crazy. And then I rake. Then I build my rage up, then I rake. So that's kind of like how we're doing things. And then we die to random chaos damage, because I have like 10% chaos resistance, and I die to random chaos damage. Yeah. That's the way how it works. If you would now, let's say, use, like, I have a lot of critical strike, okay? And my spear field can technically cause bleed too. So, but my spear field does so few damage that my spear field causing bleed would actually be useless. But if I take now the 1 second aggravated bleeding, okay, and I would choose from my spear field to also be able to bleed, then technically I would every second cause a bleed. And that would then maybe lead to more damage. I don't know. That's a big technically. But the thing is, do you want to again have 1 second bleed, or do you want your... Rake to be like this absolute crazy bleed, because that's the thing. If I from this distance now do Rake, then my Rake does 100% more bleed and is actually really dangerous. So you want your Rake to kind of hit once, very good, right? Like here, maximum distance, Rake, super bleed, because it gets 100% more damage on distance traveled. So I could also then just land one really good bleeding hit on distance. That is enough to annihilate everything over the course of like then 2 seconds or something like that. How unlucky and how unfortunate. Why are you not crashing? There you have your answer. I mean, someone said he kicked his loot filter out and he wasn't crashing anymore, so I guess we could try that. Oops, I closed the game. So wait, how do you proc incision on the mobs using spear field? Oh, that's very simple. So you have the incision gem. That's one choice you can take. Or we're using this one here. 20% chance to apply incision. 20% chance to apply incision. And with these 20% chances to apply incision, okay, my spear field is applying incision. But since Spearfield is playing Bloodlust, Spearfield itself cannot, for a matter of fact, bleed. So the incisions are never going to be taken. Okay? That's helpful. Does a close range rake reset a long range rake? The largest bleed is staying active. I am not 100% certain, but if I'm correct or incorrect, it's like the largest bleed is active, not the longest duration. So if there's a bleed on him that does 5,000 damage total, and you do another rake that would do only 4,000 damage, then I'm not sure if it's actually overriding it. It might also be that just every instance of Rake overrides Rake, and it's not that smart. So you should technically not do a close range Rake after doing a long range Rake, which also doesn't make sense to do. Like we Rake, then we back out. And we see like we jump in, poke him, to break his energy shield, then spear field, and we need to like get his energy shield, and we can now rake him, then hit him with one of our big explosions, and he dies. Biggest problem is really minions with energy shield, because you gotta break the energy shield first. Oop. If you're not breaking the energy shield first, then you're not bleeding them. You drop Herald of Blood? No, I have Herald of Blood. Here. You, like, the problem with Herald of Blood is, I don't think you actually need it. I mean, it is somewhat, like, working in between because it, like, causes the bleed to... Oh, wow. It's somewhat useful because it makes the bleed... Come on, brain, say it. It aggravates the bleed, but I kind of aggravate the bleed also just by critting enemies, so I kind of don't need it. We also tried Hemo crystals today, and Hemo crystals are ass. I'm really sad because I really wanted Hemo crystals to be good, but they're ass. And it makes me genuinely sad because they presented them so nicely as like, this is going to be good for bleed builds. Look at my Hemo crystals. They're so Hemo-tastic. And then you play them and you're like, wow, you know what? Your Hemo crystals, they're actually shit. So we're very unhappy. So yeah, thank you for nothing. We just closed our item filter. Not sure if that's going to help. But certainly also not going to help. Now we're hemophobic. Yes. Those hemo crystals, they actually made the build worse. So like the first 2 hours we played with hemo crystals to come like to the conclusion that, well, they suck. And the main reason is that the consumption of the bleed does not lead to more damage than letting the bleed run. And not even by a little bit, right? It's like the enemies that die easier with hemo crystals, they anyways die easy without hemo crystals. And the enemies that should die easier with hemo crystals, they don't die easier with hemo crystals because they live so long that you can anyways run the whole bleed. So it's kind of like doesn't make remotely sense to use the skill. And that's sad. Why can't we have fun and use cool skills? Oh, you have... By the way, the biggest breaking point we had with Rake was when we put on magnified effect on the Rake. That was really a good choice. And had the Rake finally hit everyone. Because otherwise, it kind of like always felt a bit iffy. By the way, one thing that I've noticed is if I die in a map, right, and respawn, I didn't die. I just respawned. I thought that's going to take XP away too, but it doesn't. Or am I just crazy? Because I feel like we died every now and then, right? But as long as I get respawn at checkpoint, it actually doesn't take 10% XP away. That's intriguing. It does remove XP. Are you sure? Because I felt like we're not really losing any XP. I die way too often for that. Where's the... Oh, you're the lead. Boop. I like watching them bleed out, Chad. I'm a psychopath. What gems do you have on Spearfield? Rage? Because every instance of Spearfield, all these 70 spears, a hit of them gives you Rage. If you do that into a bunch of monsters, you pretty much get 30 Rage instantly. Now, Rage is obviously great for your bleed, because if I have 30 Rage build up, then my bleed just does more damage. Oops. Okay, it does remove 10% XP, you're right. So my Rage does then do... my bleed then does more damage. It's like, Spearfield is the easiest way to get Rage up. I thought it's going to be Rapid Assault. But it's like here, Spearfield, boom. Oh wow, that one explosion just... Hey, could you all like stop miniature stunning me? They're really nice. Oop. I'm at the end of Act 1. Normal, do I not swap out Stomping Ground for Magnified Effect? No, in Act 1, you can still use Stomping Ground. Just be aware you're probably using something that's heavily overtuned and you'll never get the experience again. I played my whole campaign without Stomping Ground, okay? Because I didn't want to use it. So Stomping Ground is working, yes, but Stomping Ground is also most likely the next candidate for a nerf. As Stomping Ground, the way it does work is overtuned. And we all know how GGG reacts to overtuned things, so I guess enjoy it as long as it hots. Just be aware it might not stay that way. Okay, now we can get the unique map. Do you have an updated build guide or path of building? No and no. Because I'm not sure if this is if this is the end, ladies and gentlemen. For the people that just joined, for everyone here, we are experimenting today, and we're trying to find the best way to play Bleed Huntress in the end game. The question is not, is Bleed Huntress better, cooler, more efficient than the one with the whirlwinds? It's just how good can we make Bleed Hunters? How can we make it work? That is so sad. I was just hoping for physical damage. Haha! Ladies and gentlemen! But can this do more damage than my current one? See, my biggest problem is, Chad, that this spear has 344 accuracy rating. And 344 accuracy rating is fucking nuts. Because it adds another 80 damage to the spear. See, like, this spear does 50 more damage than this one. 50 more physical damage. Yeah? Yeah. But if I now would socket it in, it has 500 less DPS. And that's because the 344 accuracy rating with the penetrate gives you 80 more damage. I would really like to re-roll this value into a higher one. I mean, this has 160 accuracy rating, which is fire. And then it has lightning damage. Eat my ass. Good. Now let's try out the final step, chat. Because I wanted to know, I need a chest with a spirit. Do I have a chest with a spirit? Technically could use you. Give me a second. Yeah, one more of these. So the main thought is that I would like to have currency, Elon's maps, essences, flask, gems, jewels, gems. I would like to have cast on crit. But I can't have cast on crit because it would cost me too much. I could like tops get a very low level cast on crit. What server are you on? Frankfurt, currently. Frankfurt or Amsterdam? I don't actually know. One of the two. What's the lowest cast on crit can be? 14, right? So I need 133 int. How much int do we have? 36. I'll not get it right. I really would like to play with cast on crit, but I just don't see how I'm going to pull that off. Before I tend to use cast on crit, I might be better off going for armor and evasion rating, which I anyways wanted to do. Bleach damage is life. I can finally swap my gloves out again. I mean, these gloves were nice. They did do good, but I wanted to use these gloves. Because they had more resistance for me and more. Do we need more block chance? Or do I need more? Okay, we can play the Viridian Wildwood. I don't know what the Viridian Wildwood is.
Yes.
11. So what is the Viridian Wildwood? Level 75 opponents. We're 72.
So this is the Wildwood. Looks not like I imagined.
Oh, that's like in PoE 1 where everything is dark, right? Oh, that's just that? Just that? Hmm. Okay, we completed the map, Chad. I guess. By dying.
Hold on.
By getting like hit with any kind of boom. Whatever. That's it? We're now done. Oh, it was cool. What did we get here? We got 2 passive Atlas points because we finished a unique map. That's almost better than what we have. It has stun threshold too. Wow, that's a perfect buckler, chat. Look, it has everything. It has block chance, evasion rating increased. It has cold resistance here. It has the whole package. Even stun threshold up. Look, Mom. That 7 lightning resistance feels like kind of scammy. Can we use it? I mean, I like the stun threshold up because stun threshold is like the only thing that really keeps you sometimes on your toes, right? Oh God, it's so full. I don't have space for my stuff anymore. So now we need to take we're 75. We're just doing like 2 high maps for what we should be doing because like I'm trying to get used to the old normal again, or what you used to be able to do, like doing a tier 11 map. As your like level 72 is like completely normal, right? Use reach on Spearfield. No, Spearfield has a rage, bloodlust, and rearm. So we'll use Spearfield to pretty much make my bleed more. Spearfield, jump in, jump out, Spearfield, mark, jump in, Spearfield, jump out, Spearfield, jump in, have him bleed out, see, there, jump in, kill him. Spearfield, long range jump in, Jump out. Mark him. He dies. See? They just bleed out. Spearfield, Spearfield. Have him bleed out. Spearfield, Spearfield. Jump back. Jump in. Jump back. Jump in. Spearfield, Spearfield. Jump back. Jump in. They're dying. Good. Aggravated comes from mark only at this point. No, aggravated comes from critical. If I critical, it aggravates. And if my enemies are moving, it's anyways aggravated. And all my bleeding knocks back too. No, I have a chance to knock back bleeding enemies. So if I do this into bleeding enemies, they have a very high chance to be knocked back. And if they, well, get knocked back, it aggravates as well. But yeah, the biggest aggravation I have is usually over criticals. Jump back, jump in. Spearfield, jump back, jump in. Spearfield, Spearfield. Hit them all. They're all bleeding now. They all die. Hit him. He's dead. Knockback is a passive node. You take that anyways because you also take more bleeding magnitude to enemies that have incision on them. Also why we're doing Spearfield, because if the enemy has 1 incision, he takes 60% more bleed magnitude. Okay? 1 incision equals to 60% more bleed magnitude. Pretty good. And you have him. We're doing Spearfield, Spearfield, Spearfield. So he's like straight up Spearfielded. Then jump out, jump back in again. He's starting to bleed. Mark him. Long range. Spearfield, Spearfield. Long range. Gonna be broken in a second. Now every 5 seconds we use the dash forward for insane damages. Okay. That's important. Why every 5 seconds? Because then it's at its strongest. But now, again, time to use it. Oh, wow. That actually killed me. Oops. Poor chaos damage. I need some chaos resistance. That would be helpful. So, since I turned my filters off, chat, we haven't crashed. So, make out of that what you want. Oh, that was an interesting jump there. Why are you jumping back before you go in? Well, because that's more bleed. Ow. Ow. You killed me. Poor beast. I think you don't lose XP while dying on a boss? Tier 11 boss, so he's only 3 levels higher than us, which I feel like we should be able to handle. Oh, we forget the mark. We need the mark because the mark makes him armor broken. The main reason why we're marking him, end of the day. Hello there, Dave. Oh, shit. Perma-stunned. What enables crit to aggravate bleeding? Perfectly placed knife. 30% increased critical hit chance against bleeding enemies. That's great. And then 20% chance to aggravate bleeding on targets you critically hit with attacks. And since you have the spear field, every single spear every single spear explosion has the chance to be a critical hit. Okay? That's how it works. Wow. The stagger, like, once I get hit, I'm just done. Right? That's interesting. Stun threshold. You're no fun anymore. We used to be friends. Oh, that was a nice little crit there. Wait, does Bloodhound's Mark also get more damage on distance traveled? I forgot. Oh my goodness, stunned again. Does it also get more damage on distance travel? I think it did. Oh, look at that bleed. That was a nice bleed. Fantastic bleed, some would say. Oh my lord. Stuck. Bloodhound doesn't, but there's gem for it. It just feels like that on distance and just so much more powerful. If you don't trade, should you play the new league? If you don't trade, there's no reason for you to play the new league. You might as well just keep playing with your old characters. I mean, the only advantage right now of the new league is that you can get a new economy. That's the absolute single-handed only thing. Flash! Now, some people will tell you that's not the case, but they're also then lying to you. But yeah. Now, obviously, it depends on you. Like, do you, like, maybe you are a connoisseur of the solo self-found journeys, and you'd rather, like, you know, want to start with a complete empty pocket as well, like no money, nothing, like the real start from absolute giga zero, then yeah, pop off, son. But if you're looking for a content difference, like, is there a difference in like, do you get something with the new league that other people are not getting? Nope, you're not. You're getting exactly the same. Same amount of new champions, the same amount of everything. Technically, no reason. It's also what a lot of people have complained about, right? Well, why ever a lot of people have complained about this, but they were like, you know, if we're already getting a new league, then the content should be also with the new league. I guess they're sad that they started in the new league and now have nothing, and the people just refuse to start in new leagues. I don't know, Chad, why that is, but like, I've literally watched a YouTube video this morning where someone complained that it's bad this way. And we still have to find a single reason why it is bad this way. That you can indeed just, you know, play your old characters and still get the new content. I guess it sets a bad example for the future, because people might get used to this. And that's obviously not the case, because new leagues in ARPGs are always the thing where you get the new content. So I guess know? It might set a bad example. Because then you're like, what? But in the early access, I also got like the new content without having to play the new league. So maybe that. Have you tried Hemo on Disengage yet? Hemo sucks. We tried Hemo Crystals, and it sucks. That's it. End of the message. It's really that. And the biggest issue is that if you let the bleed run, you get like 800 times 5. And if the Hemo Crystals, if you use the Hemo Crystals, so you get like 800 times 4 because 1 second has passed, okay? 800 times 4. That'd be 3,200 damage. And that times 0.08. And 0.08 is then each crystal. But even if you get the 4 crystals, that's going to be then 1,000 damage. So I could apply a bit bleed that potentially does the full damage, and then I could consume the bleed with the Hemo Crystals to get that 1,000 damage, and then reapply the bleed to then disengage to then get that. But if there's like ever a hitch, a mini stun, or anything that prevents me from instantly reapplying the bleed after putting the bleed away, then there's a time where I don't do damage. Nathan, Hemo Crystal can scale with duration. Yeah, there is a bleed duration scaling gem. But like there's bleed duration scaling gem for 50% more bleed, up to 7.5 seconds. So from 5 to 7.5. I still don't feel like it does what I want it to. So we tried it with duration as well. The problem is that the actual only other duration scaler for bleeding is here. Well, we could still look for ailment, magnitude. I think I should play a bit more around with that. So what do we have? This is here, chance to inflict ailments and magnitude of damaging ailments. So I still need magnitude, ailment. That's what I would kind of want to like play around with. So this is 10% increased magnitude of ailments you inflict. So this would be counting for the bleed duration, right? If I see this correct. It's like trying to increase, and this is the other one. This is increased chance to inflict and also magnitude of ailments, right? It's actually 20%, wow. So I guess I need that one. I was thinking like going over here, but we might have to send it deeper into the magnitude. Did I take that one? Yeah, so like generally speaking, Hemo Crystals just don't feel like it. But that's just me. That's why I'm like, I played around with it. I wasn't too hot, too keen on it. It didn't convince me all in all. I mean, these I'm willing to try out. This is interesting. Technically, we could kick the knockback away. Don't know if I want to do that. I mean, we could kick the accuracy here away to just get more of the ailment. I could do, I mean, like, considering if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Strength. 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 No, I can't actually do shit. I forget that we need to connect this. We need to have this connected so I can only get rid of these two. I'm an idiot. Wow. Why am I Why am I stupid? I mean, I can still get rid of these two and just put like 2 in here. Ta-da. But that was actually not better. So let's ignore what I just did there because I fell on my head as a kid. Severely, multiple times in a row, chat. For some reason, I just ignored the fact that I need to connect this. But for some reason, or somehow, I would have to increase damage with hits against enemies affected by ailments. Wait, if you increase damage with hits against enemies affected by ailments, then you would do more bleed as well. Intriguing. Did you lose crit then? My crit chance is up by 52.5%. I think my crit chance is good. Okay, tier 12 map. That's level 76, so 4 levels higher.
I've seen that.
What class are you playing right now, chat? Can anyone tell me, like, that's not playing Huntress, how endgame is feeling right now? Is there someone not playing Huntress? Like because I feel like I should be able to do this, right? Let map 4 levels higher is easy, at least with a monk. But maybe you're not supposed to do this anymore after the changes. Like, it's just I'm going from old feel, if that makes sense. And I don't know if, like, maybe I'm just wrong and I should do tier 10 maps instead of doing like so heavily, like, you know, I should get level 75 or yeah, level 75 to get the next level of items to then be able to actually live up to this, because right now my evasion rating is only 65%. So maybe I'm wrong actually in the assumption that I should be able to do this. Crit scales magnitude of bleed off a crit hit. Yes, we know. So you want to crit and have magnitude of bleed up. Right? You want both. Optimally. Hello, Mr. Spider. That is proximal intangible. Oh, you just got eaten so hard. I'm trying your bleed build, but suffer strongly in Act 1. What do you suffer from in Act 1? I mean, the biggest problem with Hunters in Act 1 in general is getting a spear. Now, it sounds stupid, but, like, like, if you go to the vendor, you're lucky if there's more than 1 spear at the vendor, right? Like, a bit stupid for some reason, like, the amount of spears you can actually get from the vendor is, like, so heavily limited. Oh, I completely forgot that I don't have my loot filter on right now, and I might just be missing loot because I'm so used to the way how loot looks. Oops. Oops, Chan. Yeah, so here's what, like, since we turned the loot filter off, we haven't been disconnected from the game a single time. So placebo effect, I don't know, make out of that what you want. Felgain, thank you for the brand new Prime Gaming subscription. Welcome to the Knights of the Round Table, my friend. Yeah, so like, if that is your problem, there's no real solution for that. I was lucky to find a good spear, but in Act 1, you struggle. Yeah. Gotta also look for these different spears, right? Because they're now, like, you're not finding like these novice and advanced spears anymore. You're now finding like a orichalcum spear. Okay, where's the boss and which boss is on this map? Ladies and gentlemen.
Hold on.
Which boss do we fight on this map? I just chance a wide spear and get a unique spear to carry you, hacker man. Okay, what do you have? You have a ring of fire and powerful minions and regenerate life. Regenerate life is so heavily broken. Anyone else agree, disagree, Chad? Like they for some reason they decided that regenerate life in completely over regenerating. This is what we need, right? So listen, we need an enemy in the end game that is regaining so much life that you're barely able to handle him. Okay, so let me check my notes. That's super fun. That one they really got to explain to me. Alright, so our character does not have any anti-healing apart from more damage. So there you go. Yeah, regen life on enemies is a DPS check. Absolutely. And even if you do enough DPS, it's still a DPS check. And if he then has like some really annoying things going on that make him like hard to target consistently. Okay, what's the boss on this map? Oh, you? Really? Wonder if that counts as movement. Look at how he's bleeding right now, Chan. That was nice, right? And
Need more time.
whoop. I was just watching him die to the bleed, and he didn't. Good.
I'm bent double as is.
Ta-da! I like the play style. I'm fine with this. It's not perfect, but we're getting there. I mean, the more magnitude of ailments we're having, the more bleed we're doing. And right now we're already sitting at like the 50% bonus crit chance. We could bring the crit chance up to 100%. I wonder if bringing the crit chance up to 100% would be better than scaling the magnitude of the bleed. Right? Your spear was really good, so that's not it. If your spear is not doing maximum physical damage, so like, is your spear doing physical damage? Because that's what you need. Anything that's not physical is useless. Which is not completely true, but kind of useless. If you want to bleed.
I have enough in my pack already.
I'm following your video and it's blasting. Yes, and this is the second version of the build. I'm not 100% happy with all the choices we have made. We're trying to it'd be better if I go 1, 2, 3 here instead of 1, 2, 3 here, to be honest. We're trying to mix the bleed with the crit, with the physical damage, and it's all working out quite nice. I'd still prefer if I had something that's not Spearfield, do Spearfield things, but I like it too. I would like to try out if I could make Spearfield do insane damage, but the problem is, even if you scale Spearfield up all the way, I just don't see how you could ever have it do damage, because it only converts 70% of base. I mean, you notice how this is like nothing. Like the Spearfield itself, I don't think there's any way to make it be your damage skill. No. We get the disengage with shocking leap, which is working. We get our rake with a magnified effect. Wow, our bleed, wow. Wow, taking these magnitude notes has been crazy. Wow, well, hold on, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, watch this. I was not aware, ladies and gentlemen. I was not aware, but watch these notes here. So this is our, that's our rake, right? Our rake is doing 1,158 bleed. See? I wasn't aware how much these actually help. I mean, obviously, if it crits, it's even more. And if you do it on a bigger range, it's even more, because it deals up to 100% more damage based on the distance traveled. Correct? So that will then deal even more if it then actually crits. It has a chance to inflict bleeding. That's 100%. We get another 75% bonus magnitude of bleed. So that one is huge anyways. It does reduce our overall damage, but it gives us more magnitude of bleed. We get brutality on it because brutality gives us also more fizz. We got heavy swings on it because that gives us more fizz. Technically, we could put heft on it, but I feel like heft is not better than the magnitude of bleed, because heft would, like, heft does the same, as you can see, right? Heft is actually worse because heft is like not on the lower end. Okay. Where could I get more magnitude? That's right now my question. Or magnitude ailment. So we have like another tip here. There's no magnitude ailment in this direction at all. And the only other magnitude we have, yeah, that's it. That's it. And they're there. Increases magnitude of damaging ailments you inflict. Okay, so magnitude ailment is still there. So the only other magnitude bleed, and that's the crazy part, right? So now if that is the only magnitude ailment, we have magnitude bleed. But those are the two only the four only notes. That's maximum another 20%. Yeah. And you would have to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. There's more at the start. There is another 20 here, but same. I mean, hello? If I want to get over this, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I mean, bloodletting is probably fear, suffering, ire. Yeah, I would put that on my amulet. Right? I mean, that probably makes sense to put like here on the amulet. Do gems help with bleeding? I don't actually know. I never checked. Increased bleeding duration. Increases magnitude of chance to inflict bleeding. Magnitude of ignite. Bleeding duration. Bleeding duration. Magnitude of bleeding. That's it? I guess. Ta-da. But it might be better to actually look for a... Isn't there physical damage? Physical here. Increased armor. Minions have physical damage. 9% increased global physical damage. Right? I went with this. We're now sitting at a potential bleed of 1,262. Now the bleed duration, can I somehow see? The bleeding duration is 5.25 seconds, chat. So that would mean that if I use Hemo crystals, I get 1,262 times 1 times 5.25. And that again times 0.08 times 4. So we doubled the damage of the Hemo crystals. Still not useful. Have you considered Beetle Bite boots guaranteed aggravated bleed? I don't have any kind of uniques, Burfo. And I prefer to not use uniques personally. Main reason for not using uniques is that uniques you have to have. And I don't have, and I don't trade. So if I don't have and I don't trade, and I don't get uniques like that, then how can I expect you to do that? Also, if I can't make it work without uniques, I suck ass. Those are my humble opinions on that. I might be wrong, and I shouldn't look at it this way, but I can't stop looking at it this way. Tier 12 map. Let's try to get another boss. I want to like try, like I want to use my sump here. Let's go. Tier 12 map again. Increase movement speed, attack speed, cast speed. Yep, let's go. That's level 76 and I'm level 73, so should be possible, right?
Another day, another jungle.
You can get bleed to 10 seconds. I don't think that would help even for Hemo crystals, even then. So how does the bleed right now feel? Yeah, now it feels good. We're slowly getting somewhere. Ow. We're slowly getting somewhere. Boom, get smacked by a fireball in your face. Ah, lighting everywhere. Wait, did he just multicast? Or were there multiple? Like, oh, I missed the second one. There's a second one here, chat. I was wondering, did I just get multicast on? You regenerate life? So we're doing 1,000 damage per second with our bleed. And he regenerates more life than 1,000 damage per second. I mean, okay, but not okay, kind of. I might have just dashed back into the fireball. I might have just dashed back into the fireball. Are you getting the explosions with your bleed? The explosions are the Herald of Blood.
Need a moment.
Yeah, okay, the bleed is now really nice. I like that. Makes me happy. What I don't like is like the bigger like movement speed, attack speed, and anything on my enemies, like making them like go absolutely like crazy super monkeys. Okay, we just jumped into that dude, and where is he? Oh, he's already dead from bleeding. Cool. Well, these points were absolutely killer. I'll say it. That was certainly okay. Okay, let's not actually be able to do anything because everyone is just attacking with like a bajillion minutes per second.
Just me luck.
These micro stuns are something. I mean, they're not enough to make me mad at the game, but I can see how people are mad at the game that have a lesser frustration threshold, you know. I've been tarnished by tons of Elden Ring gameplay. How many hours did it take you to finish the campaign? Around 10 hours. Considering that we've had to stop every 2 seconds to tell people what kind of support gems we're taking, I guess I'm fine with that. You know,
Need more time.
learning a complete new class and then in 10 hours. Okay, that thing is like on crack. Yeah, those map modifiers are nothing to scoff at, Chad. Movement speed, attack speed, and cast speed. You're just dead. With something else than the witch, well, I mean, like there are, I don't know if there are any one button builds out there right now. I mean, witch is definitely not in a good state because the micro stuns and everything, plus the minions being weaker now, I can see that not making for a very good gameplay. I have literally seen minion players like so if you actually watch YouTube, anyone that has played witch is making videos how they're really unhappy with the season. It's really that. Then there are the Huntress players that are like, oh, Huntress is too weak. And then there are the players that are actually having fun with the Huntress and they're posting videos of the Huntress builds. So these are the three categories of content you can find right now. But yeah, minions plus the micro stuns plus trying to play without Grim Feast, not fun. Like it's obvious. Like if you play Sork or anything and you're trying to somehow compete with the micro stuns, dude, it is bullshit. Like I don't know how you're actually playing Monk, who's consistently in close range. Monk already suffered from every now and then being stunned, right? And now you don't even have energy shield anymore. Yeah. Do I have to identify before I can open it? Hello? Okay. I didn't want to open it anyways. Cool. So Huntress is the way to go? No, absolutely not. Huntress is not the way to go. Huntress is quite fun and she can do quite some cool stuff. But the Huntress is also majorly weak because we have the evasion rating. My evasion rating is quite okay. I do obviously need better gear. I mean, having like a 700 evasion chest is nothing. That's like really fucking weak. At this point, I should have like here either an 800 evasion chest or what else? Like, didn't I have like 1,000 evasion chests somewhere flying around? So yeah, I should have better stuff. My helmet is good with 500, I guess. My gloves are fine. My boots are okay. But certainly at this point, I should have better gear than I have right now. Like, I should definitely be fishing for stuff and trying to craft things to get my evasion rating 1 higher. Here, so something like this probably. I mean, this will like requires level 62. It's level 75 items, so this is something I could have at the given point to help me. Then be somewhat more tanky. I'm still wondering if I should take a mix of armor and evasion. I don't think so. I need more maximum life. I mean, I have 1,400 maximum life. That's nothing, right? You need kind of 2,000 max life. And even 2,000 max life is going to be hard to achieve because how am I supposed to get 2,000 max life? I'm certainly going to, like, throw out the rings, but look at this ring. I can't throw out the ring because it adds so much DPS. I mean, your biggest advantage is that this ring might add a lot of DPS, right? You can see this right now. Disengage is actually getting, like, 1,000 damage due to this. But the thing is that, like, the actual fire damage and everything is completely useless because you don't need the actual fire damage and all that kind of stuff. So technically, you really want to have, like, when it comes down to your rings and everything, you want to have the maximum of just simple physical damage and the rest doesn't matter. So you really want to find something that does, like, some huge physical damage boost that you can be happy about. Like mad. Like here, 6 to 11 physical damage and 15 to elemental resistances. Great. That's fantastic. That's certainly better than the actual, like here, 19 to 20 fire damage. As much as you like 19 to 20 fire damage, but like as long as you're not getting actual bonus on top. Like here, this for example, with like physical damage to attacks and then accuracy rating and evasion rating. Killer. Absolute brilliant item. There's so much for your build. So yeah, you want the maximum like physical damage boost. I mean, if you get a physical damage ring with bonus physical damage, that would be brilliant. But I don't think I have any of those, right? I mean, I have like 19 to 20 physical damage to attacks. I mean, we can watch how much difference that makes, actually. How much difference that makes. Oh, look, chat, the perfect ring that gives chaos and cold resistance. And also physical damage. So technically 9 to 20. Let's do that. Let's wembo bambo. Fire damage, sure. Eat my fat buddy. 39 fire resistance. So this is 1 to 4. Okay, 1 to 4. And this is 9 to 20. So we're looking at 1,262 bleed or another 100 bleed per second more. And that then over the full duration, right? So you see how good that is. Right? Same goes actually for your gloves, right? This does fire damage. That's sad. I would need to find gloves right now. Gloves. That do physical damage. Do we have 2 to 50 lightning damage? How useless. I mean, seriously, you make me mad. But it has attack speed. But we don't need attack speed. Because attack speed doesn't make, like, actually bleed faster. Right? Here, that's 6 to 16 physical damage. Great. So if I would take this one now, again, we're going back. Go into our bleed, and Rambo Bambo. We don't have more. Actually, we do have more. Surprisingly, we don't have more in that case because melee skills. Melee skills. I forgot, chat. This one has melee skills. So 6 to 16 would be better if this one had melee skills. I won. Luckily me. That's 260 armor. That's useless. That's another evasion rating chest. Best modifiers to look for on the beast. Temporal bubble. Temporal bubble. I mean, I'm not saying the game is in a perfect state, guys. Okay? So don't get me wrong. I don't actually care about GGG that much to blow sugar in their ass until their head explodes. The game isn't in a perfect state. Far from. But? I think we're moving in the right direction. Yet though, like if we remove the micro stuns, if we revert the changes to the elemental ailment threshold, and keep the slightly harder pacing on enemies, right? I don't care that they have a bit more HP, that the bosses are a bit more challenging, that your damage output is a bit lower. This is fine, it kind of fits. But if on top of getting nerfed in my damage, everything staggers me. Everything staggers me. Like everything. Everything. Not everything, right? That's bad. And I don't think like we have to argue about that. That's bad. Don't see your parry on the bar. How do you generate charges? I have not a single skill that needs charges. Why do I have so many items in my stash? Okay, that's very simple, sir. When you go into the character selection, okay, you have all your existing characters. You can create a new character in Dawn of the Hunt. But if you're playing solo self-found like me, or in the standard league, but solo self-found like me, because I play solo self-found, then you have everything. Again, this has no content different than this. The only difference of Dawn of the Hunt is that everyone has nothing. So if you then play solo self-found Dawn of the Hunt, you could still play solo self-found standard, regardless, to have the money from your other characters. But if you want to play trading, Dawn of the Hunt it is. Did you make a specific build centered around Spearfield? I don't think so. I personally do not believe that a build centered around Spearfield should work. I might be wrong. You don't lose anything, Sean Irvin. You don't have to play the new league. There's nothing, so usually a new league has all the content. Not this time. The new league has nothing but an economy reset. This is like probably the way to look at it. New league has nothing to offer apart from an economy reset. The only thing the new league has. Done. Because you're getting everything that everyone else also gets. And a new class, no, the new class is not for the new league, Sean. You can play the new class just like that in the standard league. You do not have to play the new league for that. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And what does your pet do? My pet has physical damage. Oh wait, let me actually remove the chat here. Spruce, yeah. My pet has a physical damage aura that boosts my physical damage by a high margin. Then it also has periodic fire explosions, I think. It is poisoning on hit. And it's immune to lightning. My pet isn't good. What I want is a temporal bubble pad, and I feel like a temporal bubble pad might be mandatory. Because imagine you have a temporal bubble pad. That means I'm gonna bleeding jump in, then bleeding jump out, and everyone is stuck in the temporal bubble of my pet attacking slower. That's fire. You can also take your pet to do burning ground, which is incredible damage-wise. Like, the burning ground is actually killer. Oh, someone's exploding corpses, huh? Who's exploding corpses here? Not me. And such a good Amazon. I really like the build. I am happy with the continuation that we have here right now. So I wouldn't mind playing this all the way to 85. I do need to work on the boss damage output, or like the way how I play it versus bosses. I mean, obviously I'm only happy if I clear a tier 15 map. That's quite like how it goes. I mean, right now for that we need some more levels. My next goal would obviously be ascend a 3rd time. So we need to kill the Scorpion Queen. The good thing though is about killing the Scorpion Queen right now, it would be so easy. Because I would dart in, bleed the Scorpion Queen, dart out, spear field, dart in, dart out, and bleed. And that's it. So actually ascending a 3rd time right now should be an absolute cakewalk. I don't think I have a gem though. We could check. We could check. I have another Berea flying. Maybe we have one in the guild stash. Do that. By the way, if they have energy shield, in order to break their energy shield, you put a marker on and then you dash in, dash out. Dash in, dash out. Dash in, dash out. Dash in, dash out. The biggest issue is that you can't, like, bleed energy shield, so you gotta break that energy shield first. And we can also break energy shield by doing this, which I really don't want to do. But energy shield aura might be like your biggest upset, because like right now, see, like as soon as it's broken, that's it. That's Joe Ever for her. She's just dying. But until then, interesting times ahead. Wait, where is he? Why is everyone dead? Wait, what the? What? Why did they all die? I mean, seriously. Lads. You just keeled over there in a millisecond. What bleed crit did I hit? Holy mother of bleed crits. Always poisons is also a good one. What's the ultimate build now? I mean, you can go for the Twister build. The Twister build is fun, but I really want to make bleed work. So this is right now the best iteration of bleed we could come up with. Now, I'm not saying that is this is the perfect way to play bleed. It's just the best iteration we could come up with. It's the combination of rake and spear field to stack the incision on the enemy, to have the incision do more damage. But I'm not even sure if that's worth it, because like technically the incision stacks is only 20% more damage the enemy takes. But it's a 20% more damage you anyways have to go for, because you're going to be taking, if your enemy has incision on, he takes a more bleed magnitude hit, right? So these are like some of your only bleed magnitudes you can get if the enemy has incision, like it's more magnitude. So you really don't have a choice to play with incision. Right? You kind of have to. Because it's a 60% bleed magnitude that clings to incision. So how are you going to ignore that? Do you think now bleed build could work? I mean, it's working. What do you mean? I mean, it's working. Like, what does it look like we're playing here?
Yes.
What is it?
Could work. It's working. Spear. I find so many white spears. And I'm a bit confused about it. Why? We're finding so many white spears. Plus 1 to all melee skills. And fire damage. Irradiated and bosses. Okay. We did this map now here, this tower. with increased number of influence maps by 80%. That was nice. Was it 25 maps get irradiated? Cool. Map bosses grant 33% increased experience. Well, that's kind of nice. Okay, let's look for Barrier token, Jin token. That gives me 3 ascensions. I have a stash full of these. That's my token stash. 69 with 3. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. Whoop, 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 whoop. Trials of Second Mouse. Let's see how the bleed build works. Okay, I think we all want to see the 3rd ascension right now, so let's get ready to mingle and jingle, tingle and tangle, bingo and bongo. Bibbidi wobbity. Honor. What was it called again? Honor defense? Defense, honor? Honor resistance. Oh, resistance. 10% honor resistance. 16% honor resistance. 15% honor resistance. 9% honor resistance. Random stuff thrown together.
I'm ready.
Would you say the build is better for Cruel than the one you posted? Nope. Definitely not. So the first one you get from me is from Act 1 to 65. The build that I posted this morning, or yesterday evening, is truly that is the build I would recommend to play through the campaign. And I would not recommend to do what we're doing here. The reason why I'm not recommending to do using this one here for leveling is because this one requires you to have certain notes. So you can't just out of the house use this one, as you need to have enough points to do it. He's regenerating life, and I can forget killing him while everything else hits me. I mean, this spider unleashes ice and has like all these things. This is like a very dangerous spider. Wait, what killed it? What killed it? Chad, what killed that spider? I'm like, I don't understand which bleed did now so much damage that he died. What for the love of God happened to it? Someone explain, because I don't know. Alien, thank you for the Prime subscription, Alien. How do you do? We update this build on the website. Once we have settled on a final version, I'll give you an updated guide. Yes. But only when I'm really happy. Like, I'm not going to just make the video for the sake of making the video, right? I don't think you want that. I think you want a good build. You don't want to be like, you know, I don't need to farm your click. I have your click already. Now I just need to give you good content for that click. Are you killing these? Why not? It's so much fun. Honor restoration. Map types are unknown. You have no energy shield. Sorry. My heart. You don't like the fire arrow anymore. That's not the point. The fire arrow... So, let me explain why the fire arrow didn't feel good while mapping. In mapping, there's more monsters than in the campaign. In the campaign, you can really take care, like, how much you are being attacked and, like, how hardcore you're being pressured. So you have control over that. On maps, you're sometimes just getting swarmed, and monsters are just shoving down your throat. And if you only have 2 explosive arrows that you also need to wait for to pretty much explode, it gets to the point where it feels bad. Because you're going to throw your 2 explosive arrows out, then you're going to wait 21, 22, 23. They finally explode. And then you can use the next 2 explosive arrows. Before that happens, you're going to wait. And that feels bad. That's why we tried to devise a way on how we could play the Bleed Huntress with, like, attack, jump back, attack, jump back, attack, jump back, spear field, spear field. Because now I'm gonna jump back, attack, jump back, spear field, spear field. And this allows me to really have things more under control. We could technically do pin build up on the... We could technically do pin build up on our... Come on, brain, say it. Why are you so stupid? On our spear field to pin people on the ground. And that would help even more. Mark on him. He just died so easy. Because then you kind of ram everyone in the ground. Right? Like, imagine doing this and they can't push you because they're pinned. Could be good. Right? Bleed Spearfield, and I'm loving it. The problem with the bleed on the Spearfield is the spear doesn't do enough damage to really do sustainable bleed. So you have such a weak skill in order to apply a powerful bleed. And that's where I didn't want to play the Spearfield as the main skill. I'm happy it's working for you, though, campaign-wise. I actually kicked the skill out of my playthrough. Thoughts on the type of beast? I like my Enlean because it pushes things away. It is truly atrocious for the enemy. I mean, they're trying to push you and he just stumbles them out of the way. Dude's a menace. He even bullied the Viper. Maybe a Quadrilla would be good too. Or one of these Hogs, because the Hogs, they do an insane amount of stagger. So they could help to stagger the opponent better. Because he was like really... Like if you get a hasted Hog, dude, that thing is crazy. Might be someone to look at. Is Quadrilla in the jungle? Yes, it's that monkey with the arms. Okay, you and your minions deal 50% more damage. Monsters have 30% less max life. And let's go. Jackpot, ladies and gentlemen. Absolute fucking cinema. See, like, he's bleeding. Look at the bleed. Dude just went, chat. This for bleeding is very fun. Based on what you said, I can play the new class on the classic original game and use my existing stuff. Yes. Yes. That's a fact. That's what I'm doing, sir. I'm not inventing these things. Okay. Get a random boon, lose a random minor boon. Nah. When your minions deal less damage, monsters deal more damage. Monsters remove life. Monsters deal more damage. I guess I shouldn't just take damage then. Surely that's the case. I went the wrong way. I feel so bad about it. It was absolutely the wrong way. I wish there was a way to pin like an enemy's life bar. Because sometimes I want to see like my bleed just bleed. I need more coffee or whiskey, not sure which one. Why not both? A little bit whiskey never hurt a coffee.
Stand tall.
Lich with minions feels awful right now.
Your mortality.
Main reason being that
Go ahead is formidable.
the micro stuns are going to get you. Apply mark.
Unclear.
Spear field. Get the incision running. Super bleed. Look at the bleed he's taking. Chat, look at the bleed. Look at the bleed. Look at the bleed. Look at the bleed.
I knew you would succeed.
That was cool, wasn't it?
Greetings.
More sacred water found. Yeah,
Fight with
sure.
Use that well.
What's the symbol behind Wind Dancer? Physical damage aura. Comes from my minion. Is the spear field that made your bleed so huge? Yes and no. The spear field critical struck, and therefore the bleeding got aggravated because the spear field critical struck. Also, the spear field gave him 10 incision, and 10 incision says that the enemy takes 20% more damage. Physical damage. So I pretty much made him just take vast amounts more damage from one bleed, and then I aggravated that bleeding. And my bleeds are already doing substantial damage, and then I just was like, why not take even more?
Bleed to dry.
Oh, that is horrible. I hate these roaches on the ground. So like he has aggravated bleeding too. And then we can explode the bleed by dashing in. You can use your filter. Yeah, I'm going to activate the filter when we're done here with this. We're not taking the risk, my friend. Bleed. Team. And then we can explode him. What's the explosion? The explosion is the Blood Hunt. You gotta look out that you're not actually accidentally overriding a good bleed though, because Blood Hunt explodes the blood loss, but Blood Hunt also takes the bleed away. So it's a bit like if you have a aggravated super bleed running, because once a bleed is aggravated, it's always aggravated. So if you have that running, wow, you have no evasion, game over. I've been game over. Why is the minion Lich awful? Micro stuns. Right now, everyone or your stun threshold is like really bad in the current patch. And everything will more or less just stagger you. Everything will look at you and you get staggered ASAP. So somehow trying to stay alive is going to be an absolute awful feeling with the witch, I'm pretty certain about.
Clean kill. You're to the stead buried.
Wait, where's the elite that should have spawned? Am I just blind? Huh? Huh? Mr. Elite? Huh? Am I just... Huh? Okay. I guess. But we didn't want an elite to spawn anyways.
Swift magnificence.
We're gonna find a good beast to tame in Act 3, Cruel, or Act 3. The first map where you find the monkey who likes to pulverize you and call you daddy. There's an abandoned camp with Sebastian Caro in it. And that abandoned camp always has 2 elites next to it. Now, if you go to that abandoned camp, you can then just rinse and repeat, reload the game to the checkpoint, and try to get yourself a very good version of the dudes you're looking for. By the way, chat, I have a problem for you that you can solve. We need to find a way how we can get the Bloodhound mark automatized. It's currently our biggest thing that we still need to do. If we can get that one automatized, we're kicking. But I can't use cast on crit. Which other cast on can we use? I mean, cast on bleed would be great. If there was some kind of cast on bleed. Cast on dodge is also shit. So what could we do? Stab, stab, stabbity, stab, and go stab, stab, stabbity, stab. Oh, all good, all good, Katie. That's something I'm gonna try to fix. I went for Ritualist. Have I fucked up? I can't tell you because I'm not sure how good Blood Boil is. If you now tell me Blood Boil is fucking nuts, it feels so good. My enemies are growing blood boils and then they die. Like, if you tell me that, well, we're good. Everything is perfect. But is that the case? Is it freaking nuts? Because that's always your reason why you went that way. Because you were hoping to get meaningful blood boils. Ritualist is very endgame-ish. You have more maximum honor. Honor on entering the boss room. Restore honor on venerating a shrine. Let's go. Shrine to restore honor. Shrine to restore honor. Afflictions are unknown. This is a risk. Afflictions are unknown. I'm not American. I'm German, sir. From Germany. The German from Germany. Amazon is also not really an early game ascendancy. So as you're saying, Ritualist is more like an end game ascendancy. I mean, you don't really profit from Amazon that much in the beginning. You profit more later on. I mean, you still do profit somewhat, but not like crazy. Leave me alone, Mr. Beetle. Why do you do so much damage with Rake? It's a secret. I can let you in, though, for the price of nothing. Can literally explain it to you. Our Rake is right now doing more damage, partially because we are in the trials. But we took a lot of magnitude of bleed. So in our passive trees, we have taken a lot of bleeding magnitude. See? Makes a big difference. And then you, with more magnitude, can bleed your opponents. But I pretty much took all the magnitudes you can find. So magnitude of bleed if affected by incision, magnitude of bleed with critical strikes, magnitude of ailments as well. So all the magnitudes that you can find have been taken. Reduced honor restored, but we have 50% more defenses. We gain hair food and a random minor affliction. Afflictions are unknown. 30% less movement speed if you have been hit by an enemy recently. That's fine because I got 40% more movement speed. So if we don't get hit, we have more movement speed. And if we do get hit, we still have more movement speed. Right? So no matter what happens, we have more movement speed. Because 10% is always given. Massive spear. Let's go, Chan. We found a massive spear. Oh, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this and then go for this. Okay, now you have to break his divine shield because his divine shield is like, and then just poke him because you hate him. Any chance you have a POV of your build? We have the whole video of the starter version of this build, but this one was just created today. So I wish I had like something for you, but we pretty much just made this, you know? Just made this on this during this stream. Okay, how are the bosses going to be? It's probably the only boss that... You're looking at mobilization, you don't see any magnitude. Yes, because you don't play this until level 65. After level 65, you can redo things. Okay, bleed him. Bleed him. Give him the mark. Bleed him as well. Then we bleed him again. And he gets staggered. And we bleed him again. And we explode him. And bleed. Oh, shit. And bleed him. And we bleed both. Give him incision. And bleed. Explode him. And bleed. Oh, shit. Oh, no! That shouldn't have killed me. Because we killed them both, actually, with the bleeding. Well, that just nails it home, chat. We don't have enough life if I die like that. Because we have the defenses, as you can see. Like, we're good at this point. But we don't have the life. We need more life. Yes, now on every single item piece, I need maximum life. I mean, we got 73 here. We have 39 there. We have no maximum life on the chest. We have no maximum life on the helmet. We have no maximum life on our offhand. We have maximum mana here. Yeah, I guess. Until I get all the maximum life, I need to... Be careful. Tricep? Nah, that's okay. Like, it's just a learning lesson that tells us, like, unless we're getting more maximum life, it's kind of, like, really bad. Well, Chan, then I would say, what's the max level of map you can rotate? We did tier 12 already. I could do tier 13. I probably could do tier 15 already. That shouldn't be the problem. I would like to be more levels because then I have even more magnitude of bleeding going on, because right now we're taking like these nodes for more magnitude. But this is also the last magnitude node I can take, and afterwards we can only take even more critical strike damage. So that's that. We might have to also take a little bit more defense. And we have been leaving like these nodes to wait. So there's like another 45%, 60% evasion rating. But we also want to take this here for actual more damage. That would be another 80% more damage together with the damage we can actually take here from the companion. So there is tons of stuff that I would like to have. Companions have increased accuracy rating. That's kind of cute. Yeah, that would be another 80% damage here, potentially. That being said, we're going to end it here, ladies and gentlemen. I think I'm really happy with this. I'll probably drop you an updated video tomorrow on the Bleed Huntress. Should be. I will sit down, though, before and try to fine-tune some things a bit more because I'm not happy about the way how this looks. Like, you can see, like, this seems inefficient. The way how this is pathing. That's 1, 2, 3, 4. I could do 1, 2, 3, 4. That's not saving it. I feel like we could weasel out a better way to path here. Hopefully. Okay. Therefore, chat, thank you for coming, watching, lurking, and chatting. Twister's not going to be. We're bleeding. I hope to see you all tomorrow again. Until then, have a good one. And thanks for watching.